Anisha, there, perfect. Colleen, perfect. Alexa, I see you. Gustavo. Hi, here yet? Okay. Valentina, I see you. Carlos, Nicholas, Jonathan. Annie, I see you. No, Katie, Annie, Lana. Okay. So I think we left off. These are fixed, by the way. All the tutorials. All these files now work, but I think I sent you all an email on that. All right, so let's go back to work right here. I think we were right about we left off right about here. Is that about right? Does that look? Did we look at this yet? Cumulative distributions. Frequent. Oh, okay. Okay. I think we were further along, which is perfect. Yep, we talked about that. Percentile. Cumulative frequency. Bottom up. Relative. Percent. We talked about that. Did we watch the video? You see the video yet? Percents. I think we saw it, right? We're talking about this, critical intervals. And I think we stopped here. Is that about right? Okay, cool. So real range, basically it's always going to have plus or minus 5. So if we say 1 through 6, the largest number, which would be your 6, minus the smallest number, which is the 1, that's your range. Your real range is always the range plus 1. But where do we get that from? It'd be from 0.5, negative 0.5, from the start of our range to plus 0.5. So that's to the 6.5. That's how you get a range, a real range of 6. Okay, talked about that a little bit on Wednesday. The other percentage, so that's your percentage range width. Range width distance between the percentage of the critical interval highest percentage minus the cumulative below critical interval lowest. We'll come back to critical intervals a little bit later this semester. So this is just showing you an example. The 75th percentile falls at that interval. So we're summing the percentages. The 75th percentile falls at that interval. We'll do exercises though to make that more clear. N, of course, always is going to be your population or your sample. Large N population, small n sample. So finding percentiles, identify your critical range, identify the real range. Like I said, it's always 1 point greater. It's that 0.5 below the bottom number and 0.5 above. And that's your upper and lower limit. Hold it up for everybody. And everybody has access to WebAssign at this point, or at least that's working smoothly. Okay. So does everybody have at least up to here? So finding percentiles continued, you find the decision point of the percentile point. This is literally what I just was showing you. Cumulative percentage, total distance would be the 85. So the distance percentage, top interval 85%, minus the critical interval 61, 24%. That's your cumulative percentage of the critical interval. This is going to be more conceptual, which we'll work on in a moment. Subtract the critical percentage rank from the top of the interval, multiply fraction of the width of the real range, and then you get your real range. So basically taking our intervals right here we were talking about and figuring out the range of each interval is what that is. We're going to practice all of this. So right now it's just, like I said, conceptual. Move it up for a moment. See everybody. Let's have that. Step 4, and then for the percentile point, top of real interval, then 8.5 points, subtract 3.75 points of that interval equals 94.75 points. Percentile point of 75% is 94.75. Position of the percentile point, it's called the triple P. Subtract specific point from top percentage of critical interval. And then you take that times the pure W times R distance subtract is your percentile point. And if you're wondering what those are, if we go back a slide or two, those are from our previous slides here. Your range width right there and your real range. Those are what those are referencing. So you get percentile point, cumulative score of the critical interval, top interval minus distance to subtract, and then you're done. Like I said, we'll practice. It's a lot of information, everybody. Oh, it's early. Oh, it's Monday. It's not that early though. we'll come back to SPSS because I don't think I have access yet. If I do, I'll show you some cool stuff with SPSS, but I don't know if I have access yet because the guy is supposed to give me access is in today. And apparently there's a new person in charge of the licensing agreement, so I have to send more emails. So we'll do that on Wednesday. So it's always awesome when the administration changes stuff and doesn't tell you. So we have ungrouped data, set of scores distributed individually where frequency for each individual score category is counted. Ungroup the number of differences in the scores is small, usually used with nominal, qualitative, or categorical variables to distribute. Skip to the final step before constructing a frequency distribution. Intervals are not constructed. Give you some examples of grouped and ungrouped data. Moment. So it has to do with just sort of how you would classify the data. Like I said, I have an exercise coming up in just a second here where we can walk through what that means in better detail. So some examples with ungrouped data: number of naps, most horrible thing ever when you're a kid, and they're the most awesome thing when you're an adult, right? Number of naps, the frequency, the time the thing happened. So the frequency of taking 0 naps happened 8 times. The frequency of taking 1 nap happened 8 times, and so on. Number of times 2 naps occurred. The frequency of X, like the variable, was 15, and so on. The total N is 40. So we're talking about just the frequency of something happening. Does everyone have up to here before? Okay. Graphing distributions, you have a histogram. That's a summary of frequency of continuous data. To construct, follow 3 rules. Rule 1, your vertical or your x-axis represents each interval in height. Y-axis equals a frequency. So that's just saying it's your x, this is your y. We're saying this is the intervals right here, and this is the frequency of the thing happening. Begins and ends at upper and lower boundaries of each interval. That makes sense. Each touches adjacent boundaries of each interval. This histogram will look like. So that's just a visual of a histogram. Makes sense based on what I've been saying, I hope, to everybody. So gravity distributions continued. Frequency polygon summarize frequency of continuous data at midpoint. Midpoint is calculated by adding the upper and lower boundary of an interval and dividing by 2. And then ogive summarize cumulative percentage of continuous data. When I say midpoint, I mean like a ruler and then going like towards at the same time. That's your midpoint. So it's like position that'll make sense in assignments 3 and 4, which we either do in class as a group and or on your own, but I have a video that walks you through the whole thing. So either way, I'll be there to guide you. So we have that so far. So this frequency polygon and OGIV, that's what they look like. So for example, the OGIV shows the cumulative percent distribution for the time in months, took a sample of 200 college graduates to find employment. And the one on our right here summarizes the exact same thing. It's just different in terms of what the data, how we look at the data. We're looking at cumulative percentage or frequency. Then we have stem and leaf display. Have an example. That's where you graph each individual score. Common digits shared by all scores listed to the left. The stem and remaining digits for each score listed to the right are the leaf. Stem are the first digits, leaf are the last digits. Those are the actual scores instead of frequencies. It's literally just a list when you think of stem and leaf. It's not, it's really straightforward. I'll show you an example in a moment. And we're still just talking about descriptive data. What do I see? What's relevant? It can totally be used in the real world. I think some of you mentioned that in some of just the comments, some of the assignments. For example, you work somewhere, let's say it's sales. You don't set the bar so high that no one ever hits it. Or maybe you work somewhere where they do that because they're out of their mind. Does that happen to me? But you actually look at like what the average is so that the goal actually makes sense, not so low that you trip over the goal, but an average or a midpoint or a median or something which are coming up, but actually having a realistic way of looking at the data instead of just like some off the wall way. In terms of what the overall trends look like. In fact, that place of those unrealistic sales goals, another place in the same industry later was like, wow, you're a rock star. And the other place was like, oh, you aren't so great, because they weren't really looking at what everybody was doing and what averages really were. So they were asking a third party to come up with that, which was completely absurd. People, no problem. So stem and leaf displays, A is your table right there. That's where every number is shown. The first digits placed in its own column. B, that's new data. C is what a stem looks like. And D is what the leaf looks like with how it's listed for stem and leaf data. Makes sense so far? Ish. Yeah, it's all right. We'll practice. If chapter 1's feeling pretty solid and chapter 2 is like, I'm not sure yet, that's okay. The bar chart summarizing the frequency. There we go again with the number of naps. That's what the bar chart looks like. Summarize the frequency of discrete or categorical data. Each category represented by a bar, and bars don't touch. Just the rules for what a bar graph looks like. pie chart. That's what that looks like. I assume most of you have probably seen pie chart before. Summarize relative percent of discrete and categorical data into sectors, and that's percentage. And this is the educational attainment of people 25 years and older in the United States, which it's not my favorite graph, but I'll show you my favorite chart in a moment. Okay, so takes us to the end of that. So I'll show you my favorite chart. And we'll do another activity here. Right, here we go. That's my favorite chart right there. It's from last year. You have better odds getting your education, whatever your field you're in. How can you use stats in the real world? Well, these are odds for you, really. As Americans age 25 to 64, you usually are more employable and make more money with your level of education. That's just some life stats that are in general helpful. Is that a guarantee? No. Do you have better odds? Yeah. It's really hard for me to be unemployed. It's like almost impossible. Even when I'm unemployed, I usually have some side gig or hustle happening, just like falling in my lap. There's people that are completely unemployed here. So this is just stats, like you have better odds, these sort of things. So let's walk through this a little bit in small groups, pairs, or on your own here. And let's go into in-class activities. And then let's go, you should be able to see this homework 6/13/22. You should get a worksheet. Now there's two parts of the worksheet. We're just going to do the first half, and you can't get all the points until you do all of the worksheet. I'll make sure the deadline's far enough out. If you hand in just the first half and you don't do this also, I'll only grant half the points. Now we're going to do this later, and I will allow multiple submissions. So if you knock this out today and you're like, hey, I want to get into Blackboard, that's fine. But when you get half the points, don't freak out. I'll go back in and regrade once you do this other part, but this is central tendency stuff we haven't done yet. So we just want to do the first 20 scenarios. I'll give you time and then I'll walk you through the answers in class today. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to hand it in right away. Sometimes people would want to upload it right away. It'd be better. It'd probably just be better to wait. So let's take 5 or 10 or 20, whatever you need to work in, like I said, pairs, small groups, or individually on the first 20 scenarios. And then I'll walk you all through the answers, and then you can compare and see if you made heads or tails of basically group to ungroup data and the cumulative frequencies, percentages, etc. Make sense, everybody? Just the first 20 or so. I'll do like a walk around in like 5 or 10, just see kind of how you're all doing. we're gonna walk through it, so just give it your best shot, your best rationales, and then we're gonna walk through the answers anyways. But you want to have your rationale too, because we're gonna walk through that too, so. Just to 20. And then we're stopping up to 20. And I think everybody's still, from what I can tell, still working, so that's fine. Take your time. They all do have keywords. Yeah. Which are probably in the lecture notes, which are probably tied to how to figure that out. That's you wanted to know. Simple frequency. Which one do you want, Carlos? Cumulative? Sure. Should be right. There's cumulative frequency with some key terms. Is that what you're looking for? Yep. Does that help? Nisha, Colleen, does that help? Okay. And you find out that that works, then you should share that with your colleagues when we go over the answers, but only if your theory over here works. I can barely hear you because you're whispering. It's okay. We're gonna walk through the answers. I just want you. It's part of how learning works. Like, give it your best shot. Throw the tomatoes at the wall, and then we'll see what sticks, and then walk you through it.
There could be. There totally could be. Let's see. The percentage of pregnancies. Oh my gosh, that is so inappropriate. That's not from me. That is from the publisher, by the way. It's public, not anything else. I'll fix that right now. But that is absolutely from the publisher, not me. I'll fix that though. That's annoying. Wow. It's supposed to be public. That is from the publisher. I'm fixing it right now. So. It's annoying. Under 14. Yeah, that's I don't know how I cannot catch that. File, save as. 6, 13, 2022, save. Mark for removal. Okay, if you refresh and download the new file, that's a little better. So they clearly need better proofreaders over the publisher, but it's fixed now. So sorry about that. So we're getting closer to the end, I think. Okay, cool. The back, how are you doing back there? Done or ish? Okay. What are you gentlemen? How you doing? Relative frequency, relative cumulative frequency. So relative frequency.
That's what I do.
I'm a walk. That's fine, and then if that makes sense, great. If it doesn't, walk through like how we got there or why it's one or the other. The cumulative frequency and the cumulative relative frequency are like for the most of the particular assignment. So like more like relational cumulative additive. And then these are going to combine those two usually together. So your outcome. It's right. Okay, cool.
What was it?
Hang on a second.
Does that make sense? That's the percentage of the people that think. And the frequency of the proportions like. But we're gonna walk through all these one by one and one by one. Call it a chance to get a shot at it and then make clear. What they're at. For everybody that's, if anybody's finished, if you want a few minutes to like get a glass of water, that's fine. We'll say in 5 to 10 minutes or so, we'll go over answers. So if you're still working, take that time. If you need a minute to get something, restroom, etc. Carlos, if you want to randomly raise your hand about breaks, I read what you had in Blackboard, let me know. I mean, like over the course of the semester, like I want to make sure we take enough breaks. I saw what you said. I want you being like all 2 months, like, oh man, we barely get any breaks from stats. Sometimes you need a few minutes to walk away from it after we go through a concept too, just so like it'll click. So yeah, no problem. Yeah, we'll shoot for like 10-ish or so. But all of you are here, the people that came in from other classes, plus everybody that's new, actually making the class hold. If half of you weren't here, we wouldn't have a class. It'd probably get canceled. Yeah. Yeah. So like both of you are carrying each other. The people that are new that I've never seen before, that's great. But you by yourselves, the class might stick, it might not. People that came back from previous classes are getting us to that number also. But with half, because it's basically half and half. If only half of you were here, they probably would cancel it. One of the other sections already got canceled. And someone's coming in, I think in like a day or two, had to register. So. Glad you're all here. Glad you haven't been scared off in the first week because it is stats, but historically 2/3 to 3/3 of my students do well. So we just keep working hard. Very good chance you're going to be here doing just fine at the end. So what happened? Yeah. It's usually, I've worked higher for like a while, it's usually 4 to 8 students just to like run the class. I think that's like the school to like not making more that out. And then you can work that usually. So I think it starts getting small. I don't think I've taught a class anywhere under 4 students.
This I knew.
It's intense studies. Yeah. So usually it's like, you still do all the work. but Well, there's, it has to do with like reason. So like if someone's gonna graduate, so you might want to authorize that, but the appending body, which explains like nominal or categorical classification. But they basically credit bodies in the country. And going to University of New York or going to University of California, Mac to go redo. So if there's too many independent classes, Maybe for anybody that might have been overseas, we'll get on that list. Less problematic for grading purposes. We can't run 10 independent study courses in stats in a year. That would probably be a problem. Yeah. But it's proportional too. There's thousands. Exactly. That works. I'm not sure what the restrictions are. So you can't do it. Yeah. Well, you can, but then you go through like transfer credits and what else. And at the grad level, for 3 classes, max. So that. And then dissertation process, that's very common. Like you do your own stuff. And it might help you, but usually most of the time. So. I'll still print it up for you. Yeah. Research professionally, but it's about stamina and stick to itiveness. About 50% of people start dissertation finish on the right 50% side of it. People, at some point, you're going to get irritated and go like, screw it, I'm going home. And you want to continue to work through that and not just drop out. Like, I mean, it took me 3.5, took me 3 years. To do this coursework after the master's degree. Accelerate, so for 6-week courses, one at a time. And then 3 years of your dissertation process. First 2 years I had from the chair, I fired my chair. 2 years ago, new guy. So it's usually 2 or 3 years. It's usually not like that. My Russian boss, who was like crazy, I'm like, how did you do that? So, and not in her native language. Yeah, which is amazing. But I did have to pull her aside. Or silent, but saying because she kept having meetings with us and tell us about report. I was like, you wouldn't know any better. It's not your native language. How would you even know? But I pulled her aside so she would sound better. Future meetings. Because I wouldn't know any better if I was saying something to her. Oh, yeah. That's crazy. Make your grammar and her command language have pretty points just to go through it. But there's some stuff that you wouldn't know. Yeah. They came to America with $5 in their pocket. That was all they had. No, she came like when she was like barely an adult, like exile, political asylum from Russia, with no education, and then just worked her way through college, part-time, courses. What? I don't know. I have somewhere I have a story that I lost them, but I worked with oil years ago when I was a kid. He sent me like a minute, 7 years ago. Under classified, I don't know if I still have it for moving so much. They might be very similar. They're probably with a lot. Yeah, and we had no idea that we were going to break up when. I mean, I would have been like this. I think we're about ready to go through. You guys ready for answers, everybody? Ish. Okay, cool. All right. Number 1, the time in seconds it takes 100 children to complete a cognitive skills game. Is that grouped or ungrouped data? Does anyone want to take a guess before I tell you? Grouped, that's right. The time it takes to complete a cognitive skills game would be grouped into class intervals, and the frequency of the children would be distributed into each interval. Group data, number 1. Number 2, the number of single mothers with 1, 2, 3, or 4 children, grouped or ungrouped? What do you think? Before I tell you. That's right, ungrouped.
Single mothers with 1, 2, 3, or 4 children will be listed in classes. The frequency of mothers will be distributed in each class. All right, number 3. The number of teenagers who have experimented with smoking, yes or no? What type of data? Ungrouped. Experimenting with smoking, yes or no, will be listed in classes. The frequency of the teenagers would be distributed into each class. Experimenting with smoking, yes or no, would be listed in classes, and then the frequency of the teenagers would be distributed into each class, which is why it would be ungrouped data. There's only one, yeah, yes or no. So we would put that into classes. And then we distribute the frequency. Does this make sense so far? Or, okay. Number 4, the age and years of freshman students at a local college, grouped or ungrouped? What do you think? Grouped is right. The age of freshman students at a local college would be grouped into class intervals. The frequency of the freshmen would be distributed at each interval. Sense, I hope. All right, number 5, the handedness, right or left-handed of gifted children, grouped or ungrouped group data? What do you think? It's ungrouped. Yeah, it's ungrouped. Handedness, right or left, will be listed in classes, and then the frequency of gifted children will be distributed into each class. All right, number 6. The number of symptoms of stress ranging between 0 and 12 symptoms experienced by 180 war veterans. Do you think grouped or ungrouped? Grouped, yeah, grouped. The number of symptoms, it's group data. The number of symptoms of stress will be grouped into class intervals, and the frequency of the war veterans would be distributed in each interval. Number 7, the number of calories in school lunches in a sample of 32 local middle schools. Do you think grouped or ungrouped? It's grouped. Group data. The number of calories in school lunches will be grouped into class intervals. The frequency of the schools will be distributed at each interval. All right, number 8, the number of hours of sleep per night in a sample of 60 patients being treated for depression. Grouped or ungrouped? That would be grouped data. The number of hours of sleep per night would be grouped into class intervals. The frequency of the patients would be distributed at each interval. Do you want to explain how you're getting there to all of us? Because it sounds like you're getting, like, if you have some like way in which you're looking at that, that's helpful. That keeps.
When you wrote it on the like the y-axis and the x-axis, like if it's like number of hours of sleep. It's 7 hours of sleep.
That's helpful, maybe. That's why one of your colleagues is looking at it. All right. The marital status, single, married, divorced, and a sample of 96 individuals reporting high levels of life satisfaction. Grouped or ungrouped? Number 9. Ungrouped, you're right. How'd you get there, Carlos? Oh, the way to group it. Yeah, there you go. Marital status would be listed, single, married, divorced would be listed in classes. The frequency of the individuals will be distributed in each class. All right, the number of traffic violations ticketed during a 3-month period in one of 4 high crime communities. Grouped or ungrouped, what do you think? It's ungrouped. The names, that's okay. That's why we go through it. The names of four, so that's the advantage coming to class or at least watching the recording. The names of the four high crime communities will be listed in classes. The number of traffic violations ticketed would be distributed into each class. The names, those are nominal variables on group data. That's another way you can look at it too. All right, number 11. The frequency of businesses with at least 20 employees. What is that, a frequency, a percent? What do you think? Cumulative frequency, nailed it. Yeah, cumulative frequency from the top down. The frequency of college students with less than a 3.0 GPA. Cumulative frequency, and what's the rest of that? Bottom up, yeah, nice, yeah, that's it, absolutely. The percentage of women completing 1, 2, 3, or 4 tasks simultaneously. Relative percent, yeah, relative to each other. Think of relative like relational. The proportion of pregnancies performed in public or private hospitals. What? Relative frequency, yeah, that's correct. The percentage of alcoholics with more than 2 years of substance abuse. And what else do we need? Yeah, cumulative percent top down, Valentine. Nice, nailing it. Yeah. The proportion of Americans earning 30,000 at most. Cumulative relative frequency bottom up. Relationship to each other, relative to each other, relative frequency bottom up. Sense. The frequency of hospital visits per year in a sample of diabetics. Relative frequency, yep, that's totally it. The proportion of elderly patients consuming at or above 1,400 calories a day. Yeah, nice, Alexa, yeah. The percentage of athletes training at or below 6 hours per week. What else? Bottom up. It's the key words. That's where you're going to find that information from. And our last one, the percentage of men in one of 6 physically demanding occupations. That's right, relative percent, relative to each other. Hopefully it's starting to click, or that exercise was helpful, or it's mostly making sense. Any questions? You can go into, you can turn it into that assignment, but there's the other half we haven't done yet. And I'm not going to have the deadline be until after we've done both pieces of this assignment. So if you want to turn it in early, you can. Just know it would be half points and then I'd have to regrade, which is totally okay. We feel good about just putting it in there, or just wait till it's due. Either way. All right, so let's make sure we have a little bit of review, because just based on grading, I think there's a couple things that we should go over just to make sure everything sticks. So when you get to the test, if there's not a surprise for anybody. So let's go. Sources. Week 3. Should be right. Okay, so let's do a little bit of review. So theories and variables, scientific theories are developed at a conceptual level. We might think something like gratitude causes happiness. Violent media causes aggression. That's another way to think about things. Anxiety causes ulcers. To test the theories we make our concepts measurable. So any theory that you have, this is in Blackboard, by the way, too. Means I'll keep an eye on notes, and this is review. So measurement, the process of assigning meaningful numbers. If we're thinking about operationalizing a variable, how do we measure the variable? The variable can be anything. How many people on the way over here didn't drive well in traffic? That'd be a variable you might measure. Maybe they need driver's training school. Some of these people that drive on these streets. I mean, clearly, I'm just amazed that they even have licenses. So measurement, like you might measure your experience on the way over here, for example. Does everybody have that so far? South Dakota, you can have license age 14, which is crazy. Yeah, I was South Dakota briefly, and this kid who like he was 10, like served me like a burger. And I was like, what are you, 10? Get out of here. You're 10. You're too young to be working. No, he's 14 because they drive farm equipment there. So you can have a driver's license in South Dakota. But you can also fill up the gasoline in your car while your car is running in South Dakota, and it's not against the law, even though your car could explode. I said something to the cop in my building about that, and he's like, yeah, I suppose. I was like, South Dakota. So just surprised that they don't have those laws in the books yet in South Dakota. We have that so far. Measure that too, like the absurdity of the lack of laws to protect people in South Dakota, for example. We have so we have a conceptual variable, operational definition, and a measured variable. Conceptual, like the concept of it, the operational definition is like how you actually define it, what criteria make up the variable, and then the measured variable is the actual thing that you're measuring. I think there's some confusion with validity and reliability with some people, which is fine. We'll walk through that today. So again, what do I want to measure? Just conceptualizing. Operational, like how am I driving it? Like what are the criteria? And then like the measured variable, the ability to measure the variable a certain way. So it's just like when we were thinking about like the types of variables, it's like vague, clear, super clear. Like just like it's a funnel, like how clear something is that you're measuring. So the abstract concept we're interested in, there's conceptual variable, operational definition, a precise procedure for measuring values that represent a conceptual variable, and the actual variable measure. I'll leave that up for a moment. Basically, a recap of saying that a different way. I just said it. So logic of measurement, we might look, don't worry about are, we'll deal with that later. We might look at, that would be correlational, by the way. Job satisfaction and job performance. Will you do well at your job if you like your job? Is it fun? Will you perform well? So we have conceptual variables, operational definitions. For example, job performance was defined as the sum of the participants' monthly sales. That would be how we would measure job performance. So our thing would be that it's greater than 0. We'll come back to correlational stuff, but basically 0 is no relationship. 1 is a complete relationship. Measuring the strength of relationship, not necessarily causing it, just the you usually do well if you like your job. Well, yeah, usually. Maybe you don't if you don't like your leader, because it's always the leader you quit. It's never the job, or most of the time. Well, then we might do a survey on your job satisfaction for on a Likert scale, 1 to 7. What do you like, dislike? And then we might compare that. We might say, well, gosh, everybody that has a 7 had all this in sales, had 4,000 a month in sales. We might look at a correlational relationship between those two. So we'd say, like, what is that? So operational definition is kind of stand for the concept of interest. It always starts with like a guess, like I believe this thing happens because of this. And then I try to find out if that's the case. Like it's generally like an assumption of truth. And then obviously null hypothesis is no relationship. Alternative hypothesis is greater than, less than, that sort of thing. Or potentially equal to. Null hypothesis is not equal to, there's no relationship. Yes.
So, this happens because of
Yeah.
something, right?
Yeah, like to like, yeah, to like define or operationalize or drive
Okay.
the definition or the concept.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, you got it. Absolutely. Put that up for a moment. Sure. I think that's everybody. If not, tell me. So, oh, God, please. Okay, I went backwards. We could also look at it different ways, operationalizing it as monthly sales, customer rating, supervisor rating. So job performance could be operationalized to your question, Ilona, many different ways, like how we're going to look at it. So where do these come from? Where do ODs, operational definitions and measures come from? Created from scratch, flexible for the researcher's needs. You got to prove reliability and validity. Reliability is consistency, validity is measuring the thing correctly. Also hard to compare to work using other measures. For example, you could measure a different way of happiness adopted from others. Less flexible, but more comparable. So either you completely create something that you're going to measure, or you might say, oh, there's a similar study when I adapt the study. Of course, when it's adopted, you can already use the measurement quality. You run the risk of operationalizing something incorrectly when it's brand new. You can still be fine. Does anyone know what a double-barreled question is if you're trying to do a survey? Double-barreled question. That's when you ask something simultaneously, like two things at the same time. So if I was asking something like, are you a good driver? What is your age? That would be a double-barreled question. If you ask a double-barreled question, you have bad research because you're asking two things at the same time. So what ends up happening is people answer like one of the questions in the survey. So you could like adopt an existing way of operationalizing the concept you think is related to happiness, for example. So all operational definitions provide a way to measure a concept. However, the precision, like the precision of the measurement can vary. So qualitative, again, that's the quality of the variable, non-storytelling. Political affiliation, type of learner, introvert, extrovert. Then you have quantitative, the specificity, numerical, speed in a race, IQ score, etc. Some of this is review, just to, so we can further classify the precision of measurement. Does that all make sense? And or do you all have that? In sense? Okay. So nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio. Less precise, vagueness, towards more precise. Qualitative is your nominal, quantitative is everything else. Again, so this is a review from Wednesday, maybe Monday. NOIR, simple mnemonic for scales of measurement. If you remember that order, you can remember nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio. Bring that up. Does everyone have that so far? Ish or so. Numbers represent characteristics according to simple code. For example, we could look at food preference, omnivore, vegetarian, vegan, carnivore, and we would assign a number to them. Different codes, different characteristics, but no further numerical meaning, because those are only assigned. They're still adjectives. I'm just using them to code them. Coding is how you define and basically look at your variable. You can't compare. Omnivores aren't better than vegans. Means are not meaningful. Average person is a 2.3. That doesn't tell us anything. Differences are not interpretable. Ratios are not interpretable. 3 omnivores are not greater or greater than or less than 1 vegan. Ordinal scale based on rank or amount of characteristic. Makes sense? Job performance, sales rank, first place, second place, third rank, stack ranking, that sort of thing. Makes sense? Front and back here. Distances between ranks are not represented. Can compare first place better than third, second place, first place. Again, just rank, ordinal. Some review from earlier. Third place isn't 3 times worse than first. Numbers are assigned on relative quantity of characteristic with an arbitrary 0 point interval scale. Year, longitude, latitude, tides, arbitrary 0. Birth year can compare. 1976 is older than 1988. Differences are interpretable. 18 years older than 1988. Ratio is not interpretable. 1976 is not 99.3% older than 1988. So you can't look at the ratio of the interval. It's an odd scale, but not frequently used. And then we have ratio. Numbers are assigned based on the true magnitude of a characteristic, has a true 0 point. Salary, pulse rate, etc. There's a true 0. You can compare 50K salary to a 10K salary. It's greater than. Differences are interpretable. 50K salary is 40K more than 10K. Pretty straightforward. Ratios are interpretable. 50K salary is 5 times higher than 10K. The most precise type of measurement when available is ratio. Makes sense? Again, it's just review from earlier in the week. It produces the closest correspondence between the numbers in the real world. So it's the largest application of mathematical logic because it's the clearest. Makes sense? And raise your hand for the pace to be slower, etc. Faster. So nominal, simple categorization, no math, qualitative, tell me a story. Adjective, ordinal, ordinal only, quantitative, interval, order and distance, no 0 point, greater than, less than, plus or minus only, ratio, order distance ratio has a true 0, all math, x, which is like if the function of plus or minus, greater than, less than, NOIR, again, simple mnemonic for scales of measurement. Again, it's just review, with it up for a moment too for everybody. And then we'll walk through validity and reliability in a moment, because some people really have a good sense. Some of you are not entirely sure what validity and reliability is, which is, again, totally fine. That's why we do review. So have that so far. Same concept, different scales. Concept 5K speed, measurement approaches, running time, splits, rank, grouping, qualified or non-qualified. See sort of the nuance, same concept, different scales, how you might look at that. Even though running time is more precise, it's not always the most intuitive. Comparing ratio times doesn't make the winner pop out the way ranks do. Makes sense? Just kind of conceptualizing, walking through it. How precise? Well, it depends. The more precise, the more options you have for analysis, and the better you can summarize and compare across the groups. Make sense? Because we rank it, or if it's a ratio, like that's just going to be clearer. For example, average running time makes sense. Average qualification status doesn't, because it tells you more. Not even work at all. You can always reduce precision for ease of understanding, transform running times into ranks. You can never increase precision though. From qualification status, no way to figure out running times. Choose the highest precision that's reasonably available in terms of nominal, ordinal, interval ratio. So operational definition, to come back to that, determines precision of the measured variable. Scale of measurement determines your method of measurement. Self-report or survey. Free format, just kind of explaining what happened. Fixed format, where you can only select something. Performance-based or observational. Self-report, participants self-reports, responses are unrestricted. You can basically say whatever is happening. Open-ended questions, another way to go about it. For example, what makes you happy? Associative lists. Name the first word you think of when I say this word. Projective tests. What else do you see here? Rorschach, inkblot test. Think out loud protocol. And then lots more. Pros, cons, and fixes. Pros, unbiased. Experimenter does not limit what the participant can say for free format. Exploratory allows researchers to gain lots of information. Cons, requires strong participant motivation or it won't work. Very difficult to measure, determine the quality or degree. Makes it difficult to summarize, compare across groups, etc. Fixes, qualitative analysis through repetition of like the storytelling, the adjective, the nominal variable. Reactions grouped into categories, generates only nominal data, like a reverse multiple choice. Time consuming and subjective. Quantitative analysis, you can count, measure aspects of the responses, like how many times positive words were used, for example, generate more ratio data. Make sense? Again, some of this is just review from Wednesday. Also, time consuming and subjective, what counts as a positive word? You have to define that. Self-report, fixed format. Participant self-reports, responses are restricted. Forced alternative, basic multiple choice. This is a great class or the greatest class. Likert scale. Agree with the statement. 1 through 7. Class is extremely enjoyable. 1 through 5. Semantic differential. Reading of concept along a scale of opposites. This class is terrible to fantastic. Many other ways to look at that. Making sense? Clicking. Pros, quantitative, because responses are easier to measure, making it easy to summarize, compare across groups. Easy requires less time for both participant and experimenter. Cons, confirmation bias. If you limit what they can say, you might only be expecting what you want to hear. Response set, participants may adopt pattern responding, all 7s usually out of boredom. Can't survey your people to death, it doesn't work. I was working in student success and we were helping students that were potentially not going to do well academically or had not done well academically, or they're doing a survey. But the problem was all these statisticians from Noah Levitz, it's like a 75 or 90 question survey. So I was talking to this guy and everything I said to him, he's like, that doesn't make any sense. Well, you took the survey. Why doesn't that make any sense? Well, that's not me. That's not me. How long did you spend on this 75 question survey? Oh, about 5 minutes. Oh, I think we have some inaccurate data. Could you please retake it? I'll talk to you in a couple days. And then of course we had much better data. Social desirability. Respondents, when you're surveying them, could say whatever you want to hear. Like I was taking a survey because I worked at a gas station years ago. And one of the questions was like, have you ever thought about cursing? Left the room and went out there. I was like, F yeah. No, just kidding. Just kidding. But I did say, yes, I thought about cursing at work. Like who hasn't? Like it doesn't make sense. I probably wouldn't have gotten the job if I had done too much social desirability. Acquiescent responding. Participants guess the research hypothesis. They may act accordingly to please you. Apply self-report. So if they think they know what you're looking at, that's like, I think the example in a lot of textbooks is like, you don't send a child psychologist to a playground and tell the children, I'm going to observe your behavior. You're gonna see the best behaved kids you've ever seen ever, even the poorly behaved kids, because they know. Reactivity, any problem in which participants' reaction to measurement determines responses more than a concept of interest. These problems can occur with any type of measure, but especially with self-report. Makes sense? So fixes, piloting, that's where you basically go out and you look at the data and you get feedback on whether or not you're looking at the information the right way so that you're actually getting correct results. That way you can limit your confirmation bias. Reverse coding, asking someone the same question, but scoring it the opposite way. So what might be like a 5 would actually be a 1, for example. So you don't get response sets like that. Confidentiality, stressing how confidential it is may decrease social desirability. I was at work and there was like a Gallup survey and they kept emailing us and telling us it was anonymous, but we kept getting harassing emails about not taking the survey. So I decided to give them really open feedback about getting their act together with some of the things that they were providing for employees. And clearly it was confidential because I didn't get fired because I gave them a bunch of crap about like just stuff that they should have had like more together. Like for, I think I said, could we please have 2-ply instead of 1-ply? Thought I'd probably get fired for that one, but it was clearly confidential. Stretcher items, embedding questions of interest with irrelevant questions can help disguise the researcher process and reduce acquiescent responding. Deception, that's allowed, by the way, in research, as long as you inform your participants and you're not doing undue harm. So like we go back to the example of child psychologist, they're observing something else, or they're there for another reason. You just have to debrief them later. Precision of ratings, you can ask to rate items. I'm very stressed. How happy are you? How precise? Is there a true zero? Do the ratios make sense? Are the intervals constant? Do the rankings make sense? So the idea is just really, when you think about operationalizing a variable, you think about looking at a survey, does it all make sense? And are you doing it correctly? Some controversy, psychologists agree self-reported ratings are ordinal. You can also ask behavior frequencies. How often do you feel stressed? How often do you smoke a cigarette? This is more precise, but only if they're accurately estimated by participants. How often do you say like during a conversation? Like not going to work. Observational performance-based measures. For example, the number of times participants make eye contact. Just quantifying the activities can focus on different aspects of behavior. Latency, reaction time, speed, how fast to complete an action, frequency, how often, errors, accuracy, intensity, how hard, amount, how much. Leave that up for a second. So really thinking about how we're asking questions, how we're driving our variables, nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio. Operationalizing it. Performance-based self-report. perform a task, solve a problem, exhibit behavior of interest, involve with paper and pencil tests, objective test is a behavioral measure, not a self-report. A true false test of statistical knowledge versus self-reported rating of statistical knowledge. See the nuance, how that'd be reported more accurately or less accurately. A survey could include a mix of objective and self-reported questions. Obviously, that's going to be more subjective when they're self-reported. Make sense, everybody? Pros and cons. Fewer problems with your activity because people find it hard to control their behavior. Usually easy to generate precise ratio measurements. Often has a more direct connection to the concept of interest, like aggression versus self-reported levels of aggression. Usually more difficult, time consuming, expensive to collect. Sometimes it's difficult to determine observable behavior for a concept like brand awareness. So groups of questions, the scale is a set of questions focused on measuring the exact same question. For example, happiness scale, every day I feel happy, rarely feel sad, quality about my life. So that'd be your scale, measuring happiness multiple ways, sadness versus happiness. Score is usually an average or sum across items. It might seem redundant, but it helps ensure accurate and reliable measurement. A survey, group of questions. Inventory, large survey that contains related items in a scale. Making sense, everybody? And just a sense of like how we would go about looking at things. Which measure is the best? Well, is it a reliable and valid measure of your concept? No matter how easy, unreliable or inaccurate data is worthless. Is it feasible, easy to code, precise? Whenever possible, try to obtain multiple measures, like built-in replication, ways you can diagnose problems. I worked somewhere where I said, we would just status things this way in buckets as we move people through the process. We'd have all these bottlenecks. It'd be very easy. Say, it's literally like, did I have a meeting? Did I schedule an appointment and it wasn't productive? Just the way we could do it, for example. Then I had my boss talking about macro and micro stuff and it didn't even make any sense because he didn't understand the business. Convergent operations, building replication, which measure is the best, whatever's going to tell you the most. So summary, precision of measurement, NOIR, nominal, ordinal, interval ratio, self-report, open-ended, behavioral, it's going to tell you less, and then scales or groups of questions. Concepts of measurement, making sense, everybody? Pretty straightforward. Put it up for a second, and let's walk through validity and reliability, since that was not, I think, as clear as it could be for everybody. And then we'll go into mean, central tendency, and all that good stuff. That was right. Submit. Does everyone have this? Is it all making sense? Conceptualization, measurement. If not, tell me. So we're going to go right here. Okay, so reliability. Operational definitions, measured variables. So we could say intelligence. But how will we measure intelligence? We could look at the Fagan infant novelty preference, for example. It's a scale that's used. Infants exposed to stimulus for 1 to 60 seconds. Familiar stimulus then presented with a new one. Time look at novel stimulus is your novelty preference. And then look at the average over 10 to 20 pairs of stimuli. Is that a good measure of intelligence? Is it reliable? Are we going to get consistency of results? What do we mean by good? How do we define good? Well, it should be reliable and valid. Reliable is consistency. Everything okay back there? Yeah. All right. Validity is measuring the thing correctly. So reliable, consistent, valid, accurate, or true connection. So can we get results the same over and over? That's your consistency, reliability, or is an accurate or true connection for validity? How do we prove this? What could go wrong? Well, the infant could be sleepy, cranky, or bored. That could affect our reliability. That could be a problem. Our parent probably tell us something anecdotally on that if he chose to. Infant could have poor vision. They can't see the test correctly. So now we're going to have unreliable scores in their intelligence. They're going to score like they're not as intelligent as we thought because they can't see as well. Raters pay attention to cute babies. It's going to be a bias right there, right? Raters work better with calm babies. That makes sense, right? Creative babies like novelty. ADHD babies like novelty. Babies used to TV like novelty. So see, we want to be very careful about who we would be surveying in terms of reliability. Measure equals the true score plus or minus the error. So think about that. If you hear about like, if you're watching politics or how people are voting, margin of error. If you have a huge margin of error, they're not giving you real accurate data. Random error, sleepy, cranky, bored. You could have a bias, the calm babies, or other variables. That's all going to affect your reliability. Threat to reliability, all of those things. Threats to validity. Random error is inconsistent, balances out. Bias, consistent, doesn't balance out, like cute babies. Inattentiveness, self-promotion, transcription error, marks the wrong answer, comprehension difficulty. All things are going to affect your threats to validity, threats to reliability. So inattentiveness, random error, threats to reliability, self-promotion, bias, that could be validity or reliability. Mark the wrong answer, random error, threat to reliability, comprehension difficulty, bias, potentially a threat to either. So how do we measure reliability? Test, retest reliability. Do we get the same results over and over again? If we're talking about Dr. Java or your CBD THC thing, are there sales over and over again the same thing? Because then you have a reliable study. If their sales are inconsistent with multiple studies, that would be a problem. Inner item internal reliability. You ever watch like dancing show or something like Dancing with the Stars or something like that, or America's Got Talent, you have your internal reliability, inner item, like what they're being rated on. And then inner observer, inner rater reliability, are the raters scoring similar? That's going to affect your reliability. If you notice, they tend to score about the same, 8 to 10 usually. You usually don't have one person saying it's a 4 and one person saying it's an 8. That would affect your reliability. Alternative forms reliability on different ways of measuring the same thing. Test, retest reliability, give the measure again to the same people, calculate the consistency. Don't worry what Pearson's are yet. Today it's just conceptual. For most variables, test, retest should be pretty high. Usually we're looking for a 0.80, by the way. It's not always viable for test, retest reliability. Rapidly changing variables could be a problem. Political attitudes, current emotional state, for example, that could affect your reliability in your study. Retest, reactivity, boredom, just telling you what you want to here, etc. Strive for difference, consistency. Inter-item reliability. Correlations of items in the same measure. Split half reliability. 10 items on a self-report measure of depression. Consistency between the first 5 answers and the second 5. That'd be your inter-item reliability. So you would say, on these 5, do we have this reliability? And these other 5, do we have the same sort of consistency with our answers? Cornback's alpha is the most used. Again, I just want you to have a sense of what reliability and validity are today in greater detail. What they look at is the average of all possible split half reliabilities relationship to each other. That's the most common used measure of reliability for psychological scales, which we can do in SPSS once that's activated. So this is just an example of looking at reliability. This would be really good or better because it's closer to the 0.8. Inter-observer reliability. For example, can people do the same things? Done often by videotape transcripts, but have 2 or more people do the same ratings, calculate the correlation, and then you see if they're consistent. Again, don't worry about calculating that right now. It's just about like reliability is about consistency. If the ratings are nominal or ordinal, by the way, you can't use Pearson's R, but we'll come back to calculating that. Again, it's really just a sense today of what reliability and validity are. So this would be a test of test retest reliability. I can go back. So alternative forms reliability applies standardized test surveys where the researcher wants to have more than one version. Why? Avoid cheating. For objective tests, to resample the same participants, SAT. Avoid boredom and a response set. How to do it? You give the 2 forms to the same group within a short time period, and then look at consistency between scores. Again, reliability, are we going to get the same to the same solution, same answer frequently? Or is it completely unreliable? So you have a reliability problem. Assess the reliability, test, retest reliability, internal reliability, inter-rater reliability. Where is that problem? You should have about 0.70 for Cornback's alpha, find the source. Do we have inconsistent observers, inconsistent testing conditions, inconsistencies in participants' behavior, or inconsistent items? That's how you would determine the reliability. Those are ways how you would address that problem. And then what could we do? Training, motivating the raters better, simplifying their task, counting how many instead of judging their behavior's intensity, using instruments to record the behavior. Standardized administration, clarifying instructions and questions. You have unrelated participants, obtaining multiple measures of the construct and average together for a scale. Obtaining multiple measures of the construct and average together a scale on any one item, some random error, the way they read it, how much they paid attention, etc. If the random error is some plus or minus, the average is smooth it out. However, make the scale too long, boredom motivation may increase. So again, to increase reliability, we use scales, multiple items, measure the same thing. Some items can be hard to understand. Some produce no variability. How scores vary, that's all that is. Item analysis, identifying items that don't correlate well with each other, or dropping or improving these items. So if you have an item that doesn't make sense, you would drop it. So again, reliability is repeatability, is the opposite of random error. Give the same test to 2 people on 2 occasions, calculate Pearson's R between 2 measures. If R is greater than 0, good reliability. Split half reliability, that's where you have 2 different, like the first 5, second 5. Fixes, more consistent setting, better motivation, item analysis. Is reliability making more sense? Is it clearer? I know we're kind of going really into the weeds here and the granularity, but wanted you all to have a good sense of reliability. And let's talk about validity, and then we'll probably take another break here. Grab source here. See. Sources. Yeah. So validity. Do you guys need a few minutes? You guys want a break? Very good. Or after validity? Okay. So what go wrong? So remember, reliability is consistently a measure, but we have face validity, content validity, construct validity, and criterion validity. Different ways to look at measuring something. So face validity, does it appear valid? This is like almost not stats. This is just like the logical explanation behind something you're looking at. Does it look like it might be valid? Face validity. Something that just like logically makes sense as your face validity. Other than a starting point, face validity is pretty worthless. It's like, does my idea make sense? Does the logic behind it make sense? That's where you start face validity. Operational definition that makes sense. Lots of measures seem reasonable, but nevertheless invalid. Many measures seem absurd, but do turn out to be valid. I have this so far. So intelligence, Faggot, infant novelty preference. Does the measure cover the full range of the concept? Fluid intelligence and concrete intelligence. We had Gen Psych, that should ring a bell. Fluid and concrete intelligence, or fluid and maybe specific intelligence. Or general, concrete, fluid maybe like specificity, the ability to figure things out. Does measure the full range. For example, scores will reflect the concept, high concrete intelligence, high score, high fluid intelligence. What does that show us? Factor analysis. Do the items go together? So content validity. Convergence. Do we converge towards the same validity? Does a measure correlate with other ways of measuring the same topic? This is the Stanford Binet, T is silent, he's French. IQ tests correlate or converge with the Fagan infant novelty preference. So in this case, we're measuring intelligence in different ways and we're converging towards that validity. Do those two make sense? Using two different measures, same group, the validity, calculate the correlation. Usually 0.3, by the way, is acceptable. So if we found that correlation, that would be your convergence. What if it doesn't correlate? Who is to blame? Convergent measures should support each other. So far, makes sense. Validity. Discriminant validity. Does a measure not correlate? We're discriminating, we're separating it. Parent education, self-report education. These are not related concepts. Discriminant validity. Measure two distinct concepts, calculate the correlation, should be low because it's discriminant. We're separating the way in which we're measuring the validity. Shows the measure is distinct, only that it measures what it's supposed to. We're separating those two things. For example, we can look at parent education, birth order, gender, race, socioeconomic status. R is 0.2, it should be low. We're sort of basically scrubbing those out for validity. Predictive validity, that's interesting. Does it basically drive the behavior? Does intelligence link to achievement? Predictive validity. Here's the school's completed. Makes sense? Predictive validity. Does it correlate with future outcomes, especially behavioral? Measure the concept, measure behavioral outcomes. Should be a good correlation. For example, correlation between infancy at IQ and 21 years to attention to novelty during infancy and academic achievement by 21 years. Ultimately, predictive validity is your trump card. Can I predict what's going to happen in terms of validity? If criterion met at the same time, you have concurrent validity. Back to that. So face validity, starting point. Content validity, measure broadly related to the concept. Construct validity, convergent validity, measures and agrees to their measures of the concept. Discriminant validity, best indicator that you have a real conceptual variable. Predictive validity, measures predictive future outcomes of importance. Best indication that it's useful. Ultimately, this is a good measure. Concurrent validity, measure is related to outcomes, states of importance, just as predictive validity for diagnosing a mental illness. So criterion validity. You're all going to DuPage. DuPage is accredited by the Higher Learning Commission with like 19 different states. Now, why is criterion validity relevant? Well, if we go on the internet here, type in 6 regional accrediting associations. Let's see if we can get now like a map. Images maybe? Yeah. This is where we are. You're accredited by the North Central Association of Colleges and Schools Higher Learning Commission. But maybe you decide to live in California. Well, that's the Western Association of Colleges and Schools. Is your degree going to help you? Well, it's not accredited by the same people, but it follows the same criterion validity. So a bachelor's from University of Illinois or an associate's from DuPage is going to be the same as an associate's from the University of California because they follow criterion validity. Or from the southern states. You move anywhere in the country, you're regionally accredited. That's your criterion validity. Because there's 6 regionally accrediting bodies. So you went to the University of Montana, it's like going to University of Alaska. You go to University of Alaska, it's like going to University of Florida. Criterion validity. Make sense? Criterion? All right. So improving validity, eliminate the bias, eliminate reactivity, item analysis, broad coverage, limit influence of other variables. So reliability versus validity. Both are required for a good measure. Reliable does not mean valid. It can be very, very consistent, but be a worthless measure. If I don't measure it right, it doesn't mean it's valid. If unreliable, you cannot determine validity. Both established by examining correlations, reliability, correlations within the measure, validity, correlations to other measures. Subjective well-being, happiness, that sort of thing. Both improved by piloting and item analysis. Am I measuring the thing correctly? Am I getting good consistency of results? Reliability, consistency, validity is measuring the thing correctly. So slightly nuanced, but very similar. Does reliability and validity feel clearer than before? Hopefully. Does everyone have this so far? I think you all do. If not, tell me. So again, you can pilot a small group, measure your correlations, drop or improve bad items, assess reliability. So does everything, are we getting consistency again? Are we measuring the thing correctly? All ways in which you can improve it.
validity, opposite of bias. So face validity, does it seem valid? Otherwise it doesn't work, otherwise it doesn't work. Content validity, does it measure the whole range? Does measuring, for example, measuring love, does it affect all aspects of love, just sexual satisfaction? Construct validity, checking your answer, measure the group two different ways, calculate the correlation between the group. Discriminant validity, if it's only measuring one thing. Lack correlation is good. Criterion, we have predictive validity, measuring for the future behavior. Important outcome variable, calculate the correlation. Direction doesn't matter. Concurrent validity, same as predictive, but for current outcomes. Validity and reliability, I hope are starting to make sense or click for everybody. We have that so far. That is, so what I was thinking is you take a short break if you need it, or you want maybe 5. You can take 10 if we need to. I was thinking 5 since we already had a break though, but trying to take the time we need. And then we can walk into central tendency and maybe even watch a movie, maybe, or start watching a movie having to do with stats, but some interesting findings that happened with people not doing research correctly as scientists. So what? Prisoners of Silence. It's from Frontline. It's an older movie. So yeah, you guys want to take a few minutes? So let's take 5. 5 work for everybody? Come back at like 7 after. Are we doing good on breaks, Carlos? Okay. Okay, cool. What is this? Is Nisha, right? Was the exercise today helpful for your question you had on Wednesday? A little bit. So I think you were asking about like group. Well, you can certainly put through it. We should decide. Since for you, the next set of answers will be in your word.
Two questions. Yeah.
Exam.
Yes.
They're recording. So.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I recorded.
Oh, I can get in the Blackboard.
Yeah, once you get in the Blackboard, put it in the question class to figure it out. It's fine.
Okay.
I think the approval should allow you to register once I have to commit, but it might be more. They should take my approval though, and it should get you on.
Yeah, that's what they said on Friday. And I sent them another email yesterday. And again this morning. That's what they told me to do. They told me to email them.
Yeah, they should. Always send me this in there and the rest is stuff. Website, SPSS. And I sent you this.
I think I have a different class. I signed up for the other class. I'll see what they say.
So you can tell us.
Is all this stuff digital?
Everything is digital too.
Okay.
If you get website as bundled with electronic textbook, use text which are based on text problems. I enable the software to tell you. Score.
Yeah.
Pre-testing post-test for every chapter. A limited amount of time for the highest score. The exams are 2 attempts. Highest score means the same exam. So we do a lot of stuff. Also, I post all of the lectures. Yeah, like, you know, I need to provide you with stuff until you're.
Okay. So it's pretty flexible.
Yeah, you don't want to wait until to do all the work.
No.
I care more about you understanding the chosen deadline. Deadlines are so important. I can't give you unlimited deadlines on semester because you're never behind. But
Yeah.
I can work with you.
Do you recommend like a calculator?
You can, yeah, calculator would be helpful. I don't
But
know
like-
calculators. Side calculator online.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't need TI. You can. The biggest thing is, as we get into math, is the brackets. Just make sure that you're taking a whole numerator by a whole denominator and adding extra brackets to make sure that. That's where we're off.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go. This content file. Set. So central tendency. And I think we already did the review. So central tendency, that's where everything's sort of converging. Measures tend to be towards the center of the distribution. What I'm talking about is that's your normal distribution curve. Mean, median, mode. We're gonna walk through what those are. The idea is that they're generally, well, if it's a normal curve, they're gonna be on top of each other. If it's skewed, they're gonna be to the left and right of each other. We'll talk about positive and negative skew too. You have your mean, median, mode. Differences in notation, population size. Large N for population, small n for sample. Calculations are mostly or the same. Population, everybody, sample, representation of. Well, we have that so far. Why might that be important in the real world or psychology? Let's hear from you. Why does central tendency matter? Mean, median, mode, or anybody that's ever heard of those? Mode is the number of times something repeats, like a list of numbers. Median is like an average. Well, median's like the midpoint. Mean is like the average. Why might that be important in the real world? I can give you like a visual aid here. Why might that be important? Will work. Search. Why might central tendency or the mean be important in the real world? Any ideas? Yeah, and you might be more popular to be picked as a player or drafted, if we're talking about pro, if you're above the average. Might help you in the role with your salary. This is the nursing director. You don't want to come in at the very, you want to come in with the average. That's what everybody else is getting in the area. That's HR data updated monthly. So you'd want to start here rather than down here. That's $40,000. That's life-changing in terms of like salary. It absolutely does apply in the real world. So more than value in one place. Let's see. Let's see if this is short. We'll take a look at this. Remember, because it's been like a year. Yeah, we can take a look at this. Okay, everybody here okay? Maybe not.
Several years ago here at TED, Peter Skillman introduced a design challenge
You here?
called the Marshmallow Challenge. And the idea is pretty simple. Teams of 4 have to build the tallest freestanding structure out of 20 sticks of spaghetti, 1 yard of tape, 1 yard of string, and a marshmallow. And though it seems really simple, it's actually pretty hard because it forces people to collaborate very quickly. And so I thought this was an interesting idea and I incorporated it into a design workshop, and it was a huge success. And since then, I've conducted about 70 design workshops across the world with students and designers and architects, even the CTOs of the Fortune 50. And there's something about this exercise that reveals very deep lessons about the nature of collaboration. So normally, most people begin by orienting themselves to the task. They talk about it, they figure out what it's going to look like, they jockey for power, then they spend some time planning, organizing, they sketch in, they lay out spaghetti. They spend the majority of their time assembling sticks into ever-growing structures, and then finally, just as they're running out of time, someone takes up the marshmallow, and then they gingerly put it and stand back, and ta-da! They admire their work. But what really happens turns into an uh-oh, because the weight of the marshmallow caused the entire structure to buckle and to collapse. So there are a number of people who have a lot more uh-oh moments than others. Among the worst are recent graduates of business school. They lie, they cheat, they get distracted, and they produce really lame structures. And of course, there's teams that have a lot more ta-da structures. And among the best are recent graduates of kindergarten. It's pretty amazing, as Peter tells us. Not only do they produce the tallest structures, but the most interesting structures of them all. So the question you want to ask is, how come? Why? What is it about them? And Peter likes to say that none of us, no kids spend any time trying to be CEO of Spaghetti Inc., right? They don't spend time jockeying for power. But there's another reason as well. And the reason is that business students are trained to find the single right plan, right? And then they execute on it. And then what happens is when they put the marshmallow on the top, they run out of time. And what happens? It's a crisis. Sound familiar? Right? Okay. What kindergartners do differently is that they start with the marshmallow and they build prototypes. Successive prototypes, always keeping the marshmallow on top. So they have multiple times to fix innovative prototypes along the way. So designers recognize this type of collaboration as the essence of the iterative process. And each version kids get instant feedback about what works and what doesn't work. So the play of prototype is really essential. But let's look at how different teams perform. So the average for most people is around 20 inches. Business school students, about half of that. Lawyers, a little better, but not much better than that. Kindergartens, better than most adults. Who does the very best? Architects and engineers. Thank you. 39 inches is the tallest structure I've seen. And why is it? Because they understand triangles and self-reinforcing geometrical patterns are the key to building self-reinforced and stable structures. So CEOs, a little bit better than average, but here's where it gets interesting. If you put an executive admin on the team, they get significantly better. It's true. You know, you look around, you go, oh, that team's gonna win. You can outperform them. And why is that? Because they have special skills of facilitation. They manage the process. They understand the process. And any team who manages and pays close attention to work will significantly improve the team's performance. Specialized skills and facilitation skills as a combination leads to strong success. Typically perform, you'll get maybe 6 or so of that standing structure. And I tried something interesting. I thought, let's up the ante. So I offered a $10,000 prize in software to the winning team. So what do you think happened to these design students? What was the result? Here's what happened. Not one team had a standing structure. Not one had, if anyone had built, say, a 1-inch structure, they would have taken them the prize. So isn't it interesting that high stakes, strong impact? We didn't exercise again with the same students. What do you think happened next? So now they understand the value of prototyping. So the same team went from being the very worst to being among the very best. They produced the tallest structures in the least amount of time. So there's deep lessons for us about the nature of incentives and success. So you might ask, why would anyone actually spend time? And the reason is I create tools and processes to help teams build cars and video games and visual effects. And what the Marshmallow Challenge does is it helps them identify the hidden assumptions. Because frankly, every project has its own marshmallow. The challenge provides a shared experience, a common language, common sense to build the right prototype. And so this is the value of the experience of this so simple exercise. And those of you who are interested may want to go to marshmallowchallenge.com. It's a blog that you can look at how to build the marshmallows. There are step-by-step instructions on this. There are crazy examples from around the world of how people tweak and adjust the system. There's world records that are on this as well. And the fundamental lesson, I believe, is that design truly is a contact sport. It demands that we bring all of our senses to the task, and that we apply the very best of our thinking, our feeling, and our doing to the challenge. Sometimes a little prototype of this experience is all that it takes to turn us from an uh-oh moment to a ta-da moment, and that can make a big difference.
So, does anyone have any interesting takeaways they'd like to share? Anybody? The video we just watched, and that was unexpected, unusual. I think Carlos, yeah. Take away. You want to add to your colleague. Or did he clearly say everything? So everyone's so quiet. All right, so the mean, sum of scores in the distribution divided by total number of scores, balance point in the distribution, population mean, and sample mean. So population mean, it's like Greek U like that. That's your population mean, and your sample mean is going to be the capital M. That's your sample mean. Excel.
So on here, can I show you do that in Excel maybe? Yeah. So we take Excel, our mean is literally our average. We just take a blank workbook and we plug in some numbers. We could take these numbers right here and then we just sum them. But then we need to know how many we have. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys see that okay? Should I zoom in? So 5, 6, 7. So we have 7 numbers. So this would literally be equals G11. No, equals F11 divided by 7. That's your average is 15, right? Pretty straightforward. If you didn't want to count those, you could also do equals count. And then you just give it a range, which would be this range. And then it would tell you you have 7 in Excel. So it's just the average. I was going to see a problem with the average being 15. The 74 right here, this would be like an outlier. It's way out there in terms of your overall average and accumulating to 105. We could use something else that might be a little bit more accurate, like the median, which we'll talk about in a second here. So for the mean, it's you take all of them, you add them together. This is an example of participants walking through, say, a square portion of campus, how quickly in seconds they run by the area. So you add them all together, divide the number of scores summed. Mean is 7, just like what I showed you in Excel. It's the average of everything together. Measures of tendency continued. The way the mean is combined of 2 or more groups when the number of scores are often unequal, often used for disproportionate size. Mean is the mean of each sample, and as a sample size, weight for each mean. So weighted mean is making sure that we're accounting for the different types of samples, so they are weighted correctly. The mean is just the average. So weighted mean, to give you a little more background. So let me move this. Let's see.
In this video, we're going to talk about weighted averages. We'll talk about what a weighted average is, what a weighted average means, and how to calculate a weighted average. Here's an example where we calculate a weighted average. Let's say that we have a group of kids here. There are 5 kids, some boys and some girls. And for simplicity's sake, let's just say that each one weighs 100 pounds. Now, when the father shows up, and the father is a bodybuilder, check out these muscles. Check out these 8-pack abs. I guess this means the guy has a shirt off, which is kind of creepy, but anyway, he's a big bodybuilder and he weighs 300 pounds. So now we have a group of 6 people, kids 100 pounds each, the father 300 pounds. So now you can ask a question about this group of people. You can say, what is the average weight? We got these 2 different weights here, 100 pounds, 300 pounds. So you could calculate what I call a regular average. You take 100 pounds and 300 pounds because of those are the 2 choices. You add them together and divide by 2 because there are 2 different weights. You get 200 pounds. And 200 pounds is right smack dab in between 100 and 300. So that's one way that you can get the average weight, 200 pounds. But here's the thing, all right? Is it really fair to say that the average weight of this group is 200 pounds? Because there are 5 kids that each weigh 100 pounds, and there's only one father that weighs 300 pounds. So saying the average weight is right between, right in the middle of those 2 weights, kind of doesn't make a lot of sense. It feels like we should be able to take into account the fact that there are many more kids who weigh a lot less
then the one body. This is where the idea of a weighted average comes into play. A weighted average takes into account how many things in each group you have. Here's how I would calculate the weighted average of this group of people. Okay. I would take the fact that there are 5 kids here that weigh 100 pounds each. So I do 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. That's 500s for each of the kids, for the 5 kids. And then I add 300 for the weight of the bodybuilder. And then I divide by 6 because there are 6 things total. Sometimes it's easier to express this with multiplication. I've got 5 times 100 plus 1 times 300 divided by 6 because there's 6 things. And we crank through these equations, we end up with a different answer than this. We end up with 133 pounds. This is the answer to the weighted average. Now you'll notice this number 133 is much less than 200. And 133 is a lot closer to the weight of the kids. That's because of the weighted average and how it works. The weighted average will pull down the average closest to whatever we have the most of. Okay, so if it were just half and half, it would be 200 pounds. We have the same number each. But since we have more of the kids, we take that 200 and we pull the number down closer to the weight of what we have more. So that's why the weighted average for here is 133, very close to the weight of the kids. Now the weighted average could work the other way as well. Let's say that we had a group where 4 people were 300-pound bodybuilders, and there's only 1 kid that weighed 100 pounds. In that case, we calculate the weighted average, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 100-pound bodybuilders plus 1 100-pound kid divided by 5 total. Or we could do this with multiplication, parentheses, 4 times 300 plus 1 times 100 divided by 5. And in that case, we get 260. All right. This number is a lot higher than the number 200 that's right in between, and it's much closer to the weight of the bodybuilders, much closer to 300 because there are more of the bodybuilders. There's only this 1 kid. So the weighted average should be closer to the weight of what we have more. Now, for a weighted average, we don't just have to have 2 things like the kids and the bodybuilders. We can have a number of different things, more than 2, and we can have a whole bunch of them. In this case, I'm talking about a parking lot that has 3 different kind of cars. They're all called Lamonas because they look like a lemon. Got the Lamona G that weighs 3,000 pounds, the Lamona GX that weighs 4,000 pounds, and the Lamona GXL, which weighs 5,000 pounds. I have different amounts of each of them. So how do I calculate a weighted average here? What I do is I take the weight of the Lamona G, that's 3,000 pounds, and I multiply it by how many Lamona Gs there are. There's 32 times 3,000 pounds each. I take that, and then I add the number of GXs. So I've got 5 of them, 5 times 4,000. And then the GXLs, I got 7 of them, plus 7 times 5,000 pounds. Now I do this. I've accounted for the weights of each one of these cars, and now I've got to divide by the total number of cars I have in this group, and that's 44. So these are the Gs, these are the GXs, and these are the GXLs. Do the multiplication of each, add it up. I'll end up with 3,432 pounds. Now look at how this number compares to the weights of the individual cars. This number is closest to the weight of the G. And that makes sense because I have a lot more of the G's than I have of the heavier GXs and GXLs. So this is the weighted average, whereas the regular average for these cars would have been 3,000 plus 4,000 plus 5,000 divided by 3, which would have given us a number that was smack dab in the middle. But once again, the weighted average here, the weighted average gives us a number that takes into account how many it gives me a number that is much closer to the type of car that I have the most of. Now, a lot of times, when you're talking weighted average, you have to work with percents. So instead of getting the number of things, you'll get the percentages of them, like right here. Here's how you calculate a weighted average using percents. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the weight of the Lamona G here, and I'm going to multiply it by 73% expressed as a decimal. So the decimal place in 73% would be here. To turn this percentage into a decimal, I have to move the decimal place 2 spots to the left. So I'm going to move it to here, okay? The decimal place is going to end up right here. So I'm going to do 0.73 and then multiply that times the weight, 3,000 pounds. That's the Lamona G. Now for the GX, I'll take 11% and express that as a decimal. Move the decimal place 2 spots to the left, so it's going to end up here, 0.11, and multiply that times the weight of the GX, 4,000 pounds for that model of the car. And finally, I'll take 16% and express it as a decimal, 0.16, and multiply it by the weight of the GXL model. Now, when you're working with percentages, you don't divide by anything. All you do is multiply the weights by the percentages expressed in decimals, and that's all you have to do. This is the same problem as the one that I did before. We're just expressing these abundances or the amount that we have in percents. So the answer, 3,432 pounds, is going to be the same as what we got earlier. Anyway, that's how you do weighted average using percents. Now, I have to say this. Weighted average doesn't mean that you have to use weights of things, all right? You can calculate weighted average with the amount of money people make, or, like how much volume you have in different types of containers. Anything you can think of, any measurement you can think of, you can use weighted average. So I've been using examples of weights here, weights of people, weights of cars, but you don't just have to do weights for a weighted average. The only reason you call it a weighted average is because it takes into account the number of each thing you have, and then kind of pull the average closest to their value. So that's why you call it a weighted average, because you give different weight to each type of thing you have. Finally, if you're interested to see how this equation here is the same as the one that I did here, you can finish this video off. I'll show you at the very end how these are equivalent expressions. So these two expressions are equivalent ways of writing a calculation for the weighted average for this information here. Let me show you how they're equivalent. We're going to take this and we want to end up with something that looks like this. The first thing we can do is we can see these 3 different things that are added together on the top of a fraction. We can separate them out. Okay, so I'm going to do 32 times 3,000 divided by 44 plus 5 times 4,000 divided by 44 plus 7 times 5,000 divided by 44. Okay, so I can split this into 4 pieces. I'm sorry, I can split this into 3 pieces. Each of them have the same denominator. Now, take a look at this. I've got a number over 44 in each one of these cases. And this is kind of a percentage because 44 is my total. And each one of these numbers in the numerator are fractions of that total. So what I can do, since these are multiplied together, is I can divide this and then just keep it multiplied with it. So 32 divided by 44 gives me 0.73. That's this part times 3,000. Can put that in parentheses. Now I can do 5 divided by 44, and that gives me 0.11. And I'm going to multiply this now times 4,000. Put that in parentheses. And finally, 7 divided by 44 gives me 0.16 times 5,000. And check it out. What I end up with when I split these up and I do this division is exactly the same as the number that I get when I take these values and use the straight percentages here. So the point is, whether you choose to use individual numbers of each thing you have, or whether you choose to use percentages, the way you go about calculating the weighted average has the same method. Anyway, now that you know how to calculate a weighted average using the numbers of the things or the percentages of the things, you can now go on and learn how to calculate atomic mass. In this video, we're going to talk about weighted average.
We're not going to talk about atomic mass. That's more than the scope of what this class is about. Show current slide. That. Okay. So median, middle value, not influenced by outliers. So median, like taking like the ruler, like I mentioned, like moving your hands towards each other at the same time. It's at midpoint. Calculations slightly different between odd and even numbers. Always begin by placing the scores in numeric order. That's the best way to do your median. Leave it up for a second. We already have that so far. So when it's odd, for example, median position, 99, 66, 44, 13, median is 44. That's very easy because in most numbers, it's, well, it's right here in the center because there's two to the left, to the right, okay? When it's even, you take all of those and divide by 2. So you add those together, 2.5 positions, 6 plus 44 divided by 2 is 55. So it's right, it's wherever, like I said, it's that midpoint. Median. Makes sense. I have that so far in the notes. So mode is the thing that happens a bunch. So if you see the list right here, clearly it's 4 because 4 is listed the most often. Now you can have things like things that are unimodal, bimodal, etc. That is going to change what it looks like. Bimodal is going to be more like that. You have more than one mode occurring. But the mode is just the thing that you see the most of. The 1 of them, 2 of them, 3 of them, etc. Make sense? Central tendency. Characteristics of mean. And do I need to leave that up? Does everyone have that so far? Ish. Okay. So these are just some rules about the mean. If you increase the value of an existing score, the mean will increase. And if you decrease the value of an existing score, the mean will decrease. By the way, the median, if we go into Excel, you can ask Excel for that. You can say equals median. And you can literally just ask it like that. Tell you the median. See, the median and the mean are different. 7 versus 4. You're still going to need to know how to use SPSS, but Excel's pretty awesome. Excel can do a lot, not necessarily all, but a lot of the stuff you can do with SPSS. Adding a new score will change the value of the mean. So if you add a score above the mean is going to increase. If you add a score below the mean will decrease. Delete the score below the mean, and the mean will increase. Delete the score above the mean will decrease. Add or delete a score equal to the mean, it doesn't do anything. Make sense? It's just the rules of the mean. You can play with those in Excel, and it'll show you that that's what will happen. So for example, we have our constant, which was the decrease or increase of calories based on French fries, which is 100. So adding, subtracting, multiplying, or dividing each score in the distribution will cause the mean to change by that constant. So we have the meal with or without French fries. And because it went up by, was decreased rather by 100, it literally affected the mean by 100. The same amount, the difference. Pretty straightforward, everybody, I hope. So some of the differences from the scores of the mean is equal to 0. Mean is the only constant you can subtract from every score in the distribution where the sum of the differences is equal to 0. The mean is a 0 or balance point, represented as sigma times x minus m. All that is that's the sum of the value in the list to the mean minus the mean. That's what that's talking about. So that's the difference right there. So if we look x minus m and you subtract all those, the sum of all the values, the x minus the m is equal to 0. So the difference. So we took 1 minus 5, the mean, 2 minus 5, and so on. And the sum of them is 0. This is the sum of the means being 25. And of course, the mean is 5, which is 5 values. Make sense, everybody? All right. Some of the square differences from their scores minimum, from their mean is minimal. To obtain a value greater than 0. Square each deviation before summing. This produces the smallest possible negative. Positive number greater than 0. Larger outcomes indicate that scores deviate further from their mean. And that is represented as the sum of the values of x minus the mean squared, which I'll show you in a second here. So the sum of the squared differences. So now we're looking at the differences between the mean. 1 minus 5 squared, 16. We sum those. The smallest possible solution is 54. Okay, just rules about the mean. That's all we're looking at right now. So using the mean to describe data. Mean is reported for normal distribution of data. Normal distribution is going to look like that bell curve. Mean, median, mode, all right here. If we start getting into anything like positive or negative skew, it looks a little something like this. Images. You see that? See how as soon as the mean, oh, that's not what I wanted. Right here. Positive skew, the mean, median, mode are right here. They're on top of each other when it's symmetrical or normal bell curve. And it's a negative skew when they're not on top of each other over here. You see the difference? Positive, negative skewiness. We'll come back to that. This is probably a better example. Let's come up. Yeah, see, mean, median, mode, right skewed, positive skewiness, left skewed. So whenever I talk about normal distribution, I'm talking about typical bell curve, everything's balanced. So they'll solve the 50%, the 50 percentile used in all mean scores on the calculation. Interval and ratio data used because data on these scales can meaningfully convey information regarding the differences between the scores and their mean. So just reasons why we would use the mean to describe data. Makes sense, everybody? So skewed distributions, when they fall substantially above, positively skewed or negatively skewed, I just showed you that. Median is not influenced by the value of outliers because, like I said, we're just going like towards each other. Ordinal scale data, this conveys direction only, not distance. Because the distance of the ordinal scale data from their mean are not meaningful, the median is used to describe these data. So modal, we talked about multi-unimodal, unimodal, one, bimodal, two modes, multimodal, several, non-modal, no mode. There's where there basically no data point repeats itself more than one time. Nominal scale data. Since that is something or someone, not quantity. Key phrases most often or typical or common. That's how we're going to describe nominal scale data. That's how we're going to walk through is what I see. Because like with nominal scale, it's more about like the repetition, your storytelling. Like I said initially, like nominal data, adjectives in a story. Making sense so far, everybody? What does this matter? Well, you can watch a movie. You just want to watch a movie to talk, think about it a little bit. Okay, this is in Blackboard. I can show you where. As you watch and jot down some ideas to share on some or all of these things. Ad hoc hypothesis, absence of self-correction, emphasis on the confirmation rather than refutation. So confirming the thing and not refuting it. Tendency to place burden on proof on skeptics rather than on proponents. Anecdotal evidence. Excuse me. Anecdotal evidence. If I tell a story and I say that this thing happens, but I don't have a lot of science, that's anecdotal. Like it's anecdotal that there's a 83% correlation in the UK between severe COVID cases and things of vitamin D. It's anecdotal. Storytelling. We want to base our things on science. Anytime you see something, and we're going to see in this movie how they didn't look at things scientifically. It's very interesting. Jargon of usification, like basically using terminology to like not think about things. Boundary conditions for when and who and will it'll work. And for everybody that has Blackboard access, don't worry, I'll give you leniency in the interim. Student resources. And then I think I put that right here, chapter 3. No, I put that in class assignments. Student resources, in-class activities, prisoners of silence. So think about those things, submit that. That's for some points. And let's go ahead and see if we can watch the movie here. Just put that file there too. Where did I put that right here? Please work. Please work. Yes, sweet. Can you hear okay, everybody?
Exclusive story of a revolutionary method. Here was a way to find out what people were feeling and what they were thinking. Someone investigates facilitated communication, the theory, the practice, and the tonight on Frontline, prisoners of silence. Funding for Frontline is provided by the Corporation for Public Focus and annual financial support from the U.S. This is Frontline. Make you feel happy and then go with this life. But the children growing up with a strange condition of autism, like these at the Boston Higashi School, words may not mean much at all. Some people don't be raised. And generally, they shun human contact.
mysterious condition of autism affects close to 400,000. Most have little speech. 80% are mentally retarded. While the condition can be treated, there's no cure. 100 years ago, this was the generally accepted theory. But then a radical and controversial new technique called facilitated communication took America by storm. Today, thanks to facilitated communication, Jeff Powell, once written off as profoundly retarded, sits in class doing algebra. Profoundly autistic Ben Lair can't speak, but can type his thoughts in place. Professor Douglas Pitt, Syracuse University, thinks that the most important breakthrough in autism ever is promoting enthusiastic faith. The theory of facilitated communication claims that many, perhaps most, people are not retarded, but intelligent minds imprisoned in bad minds. Bigman argues that autistic individuals, like him, have many things to say, but are unable to say them because their body will not do what her mind wants. But for facilitation, holding her hand or smiling, her body is often jerky movements can smooth down, allowing her to connect others with the world. When Douglas Bigman discovered the method during Melbourne, Australia, he realized that everything known about autism might be wrong.
I knew that I had seen something terribly important. Here was a means of expression. It's a way that you could find out what people were feeling and what they were thinking. And, these were people who had a disability, the very definition of which suggested that people might not have feelings. And certainly no ability to empathize with other people's feelings. This was a disability, the very definition of which was well, how do you do higher order mathematics without an imagination? How do you write poetry without an imagination? So it's quite clear that this was a means of expression.
The OBEX Center for the Development of Disabled is connected with Florida, runs a large autism program. Before facilitated communication, the staff never imagined that any of their nonverbal clients might be of normal intelligence. But then speech pathologist Marion Pitzer heard about the new technique being promoted at Syracuse University. With her colleague Jimmy Maruska, she went to find out how it worked.
Three of us went to the training first and rapidly trained everyone in our program, all 3 shifts, and had many, many clients typing at varying levels and with varying degrees of success, but it spread very, very quickly. It's wonderful. At last, we were going to help these people communicate and find out what they really understood.
They were just the person that I was helping with and teaching them some basic skills and help them survive out there. But then now comes a person that can share their thoughts and talk to them, have a conversation that's relevant. Those really super. I mean, goodness, these people that we always treated as low functioning were
Fred, the director of the autism program, realized the enormous implications that typing clients were now producing. I was thinking that certainly a large number, if not all of the folks that we work with, may not have normal intelligence. And we had people typing sentences, paragraphs alike. We of what autism is all about. We trained the rest of our staff. Okay, we literally were encouraging people to work with everybody in the program. We were training as many people as we could, training people out in the community. But we're saying, we looked at it as literally breakthrough technique. So. So.
I know the story about we don't pay the autism and not the story of the two children in themselves against the world. Tonight, however, you will see something that has changed that. Call it a miracle, call it an awakening.
Words of the miracle facilitated communication. Spread rapidly. Parents told teachers, and teachers told parents.
Now, from one place to another.
Many schools embraced it. At Edward Smith Elementary School in Syracuse, children previously thought to be retarded now sat in classes with their peers, receiving age-appropriate instruction, studying math, studying biology. A large group of individuals and simply because they could not speak or control their bodies.
I've always believed that it was important to treat people as perfect, even though they didn't give off the signs. But to me, that was just the humane thing to do. That was the sensitive thing to do. The wonderful thing about facilitated communication is that once a person begins to communicate, you can ask the person, what's going on here? Excellent, got it right.
The words that emerged from the electronic communicators and letterboards spoke of loneliness, of being trapped in a prison of silence, of slavery, and of fear. For me, a simple technique had redefined an entire group of disabled people. Jeff Powell, for example, is no longer seen by his teachers and peers as mentally retarded. He had become a celebrity at Baker High School in Syracuse. They stress he's an academic gifted student who writes poetry in the school yearbook. But some people have their doubts about facilitated communication. Dr. George Shane has devoted his life to helping disabled, nonverbal people. At Boston Children's Hospital runs a center which finds technological solutions, enabling disabled people like Tony Bonfilio, who has cerebral palsy, to communicate independently.
We have this saying in our center that no person is too physically disabled to be able to communicate. The slightest movement, blinking of an eye, moving of an eyebrow, sipping and puffing on a switch, on a straw would control the switch. Finding that subtle movement is all you need to be able to control technology.
Thanks to computers, thousands of nonverbal people can express themselves independently. With such equipment available, she would question, why should autistic people need another person to hold their hands? Bigland says autism is respect.
Last week, I had conversations with several people. One person said, it slows me down. It helps me by slowing me down. When I'm not slowed down, I get garbage. I get unwanted words. I get a lot of letters strung together that don't make a word. When I'm slowed down, I can type what I want.
But critics like Shane were amazed at the sophisticated output. Autistic children of 5 and 6 produced perfectly spelled sentences. Where have they learned to read? Was the typing coming from an autistic individual or from the facility?
No. Because so far alignment. They're communicating in good sentences. They're marking the tense correctly. Their spelling is accurate. They have insights that go far beyond their years.
Understanding is so hard. I long to see it real. I just hope, really hope, it's not a lost ideal. As I said, many of the accounts coming from people who are using facilitated communication as their means of expression. I think it's rather obvious that the way in which these children learn to read was the way that most of us learn to read. That is by being immersed in a language-rich environment. You go into good preschool classrooms and you'll see words everywhere, labeling objects, labeling pictures. You look at Sesame Street, we're introducing words, we're giving people whole words, we're also introducing them to the alphabet. On the other hand, having said that, it does seem to me that there's something unusual going on here when you see a number of children with autism who seem to have precocious ability, that is, a lot of words. Very often, like long words, how is this? Is there something about disability that allows them to focus in on language and be able to put together words?
A very small number of autistic people have spectacular abilities in narrow areas.
The 17th of December, 1974. The 10th of June, 1917. The 1st of March, 2044.
No, he needs to hear a tune once and he's able to play it. Existed for music, why not for literacy as well? The parents and professionals facilitated communication where there was none. They flocked to serve to learn from Dr. Spectrum and his staff.
Facilitated Communication Insert is sponsored. The Facilitated Communication Institute that serves universities.
Many parents want to know what their silent autistic children will think and want to have conversations with them. Facilitated communication appears to be a dream come true.
She's been tested in the past and they said she had an IQ under 10. And I believed it was a little higher than that, but not much higher. And when I looked at facilitated communication, I said, granted, it might work with some people, but I doubt that. And I'm sure it won't work with her. There was a college student who started it with her. I watched her twice. And I think what I was seeing, since then, Sharice has typed 120 poems, 9 short stories. She talks about everything she feels.
This past year, in October '92, a wonderful person came into her life who had gone through Doug Bickman's program here at Syracuse University, and she believed in facilitated communication. And she said, Stacy can write. And I couldn't believe it. I said, you're wrong. She's learned 6 signs her whole life. This can't be true. But she kept So when they came over to the house and, she said, "States, I know you're excited after all these years, you must have something you want to come home."
Speech pathologists, social workers, and teachers felt just as passionate that FC had changed everything.
It's changed the theory of autism alone, and that's pretty significant because what we've known as autism is almost completely different. It's almost like the label or term itself needs to be redefined because there are certain words that are under autism are going to be free. There's this, and this. Well, we find that once we open this up for the kids, they are social now, they are appropriate, they do have language, they do understand.
And because FC didn't just work for autism, but for Down syndrome and other forms of mental retardation as well. By 1993, thousands of parents, teachers, speech pathologists, and care workers have been trained in this. The foot soldiers in the social movement. But some families had their doubts about the new technique. Like the 17-year-old son Matt is autistic.
It's about 2 years ago when someone.
The language teacher at Matthew School was there, and she just couldn't wait to get back and start.
Matt, who had been about 50 words, went to school and was teaching FC in the classroom. Almost overnight, his academic work improved dramatically. Kathy Girardi became suspicious of his
All kinds of Shakespeare literature, Romeo and Juliet, and he was in algebra class, although he didn't fare that well in algebra, but English, diagramming sentences. Working was coming home was absolutely incredible. Incredible. I mean, getting A's in some of these classes that, I have a hard time.
What seemed especially odd was that Matt wouldn't facilitate with his mother.
At that point, I was frantically trying to communicate with him. Saying, "God, he's talking to these people. Why are you talking to this woman?" As friends was life, his life, he's mine, surely we can be able to communicate. Absolutely. None of that can take his forth and bring it and put it in his back.
While Girardi's got on with their life, reconciles that FC didn't work. Matthew's school continued enthusiastically. One day at school, Matthew and his facilitator, special education teacher Susan Gray, had a conversation. But it wasn't about Shakespeare. Susan Rand wrote down the conversation and reported it to the authorities.
She handed me a piece of paper, actually 2 pieces of paper, and said, "These are the things that he said." And I just scanned through the paper, and I was just in shock at some of the stuff. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. At that point, she made very clear to me that this was real. It was real, that they have learned and it's his best. And they were going to send Matthew to the hospital for an exam. They were telling me that Matthew may have to go to a home. And foster home. I told him, I said, "There's no way he's going to go to a foster home." He said, "He hasn't been anywhere else except our home. There's no way he's going to go to a foster home." And I was told that I may have made a choice. And it was at that point that I realized I didn't know.
Jerry Girardi, the pharmacist, was working late and simply arrived home.
I got home about 9:30. I pulled into my driveway, and Kathy came rushing down the driveway and started who told me not to go into the house, that there was a warrant out for my arrest, that allegations were made that I had sexually abused Matthew, and I was not allowed near Matthew, nor was I allowed to go into the house.
Forced out of his home, Jerry Girardi spent the next 6 months living in a friend's house. His family life destroyed because of the letters in the book. Despite the fact that there was no the school, the social services, and the police all agreed that the news had come from Matthew. Yet Jerry Girardi protested from the innocence.
I told Matthew, there's got to be something wrong. It has to be happening someplace else. We got to call the Autism Society in Washington and finally they had a literature on dysfunctional communications and allegations of sexual abuse. When she called them up, they immediately sent us some materials. And in this material show it was happening all over the country.
There were cases in California, in Texas, in Georgia, in Indiana, in Oklahoma, in New York. The accused included parents, teachers, caregivers. Some, like Jerry Girardi, had been forced to leave home. Some ended up in jail. Some parents had their children taken away. This is what happened last January to a family in southern Maine. Betsy Wheaton, a 17-year-old autistic girl, began using FC at school in 1992. One day, using a letter board, Betsy and her facilitator wrote that everybody in her family, her father, mother, grandparents, and brother, were sexually abused. Betsy and her brother were immediately put in foster care while the case was investigated. The court appointed a local attorney, Joe Ward, as Betsy's legal guardian. Warden realized that this was more than use case. Before considering whether the allegations were true, the court had to decide on a fundamental question. Was Betsy the author of the allegations, or had they come from her facility?
I'm most worried in my heart about were we going to do justice in this case. If the communications were real and she was being abused, getting that on legal technicality, you might send the children back, would be just absolutely horrible. In other cases, not real communications, getting that all this happened in this family and these children on a bogus idea was also unacceptable. So in my opinion, the stakes were extremely high on both sides. And it was very important to reach a quality decision based on the truth. And so what I was looking for was a clean, simple, and fairly quick way to just solve that one narrow question. Were these communications coming from the children?
All the parties agreed to invite an expert in communication to help assess Betsy. They chose Dr. Howard Shane from the Boston Children's Hospital. Shane devised a double-blind test like this to objectively determine who was delivering the messages, Betsy or the facilitator who transmitted the allegations. He showed both a series of pictures, and that's the type that they saw. When both Betsy and her facilitator saw a picture of a key, the letters K-E-Y were typed. But she wanted to discover what happened if each saw a different picture. When Betsy saw a cup, she didn't type cup, she typed pack. What the facilitator saw. It was down. Okay. When Betsy was shown a picture of a dog, she didn't type dog, but sneakers. What the facilitator saw. That one. When Betsy was shown a boat, and she didn't type boat, but sandwich. What the facilitator saw.
Okay, this next one. It was just devastating to watch. What you saw was the words being typed out. What the facilitator was saying.
And it was just so clear and so unmistakable. I was sitting there watching. What I found was that whenever the pictures were different, I always received the type message that was seen by the facilitator. So that was pretty strong evidence that not only was Betsy not that's absolutely totally directly offered by the facilitator. Well, Betsy. Shane tried a message passing test. He took Betsy out into the corridor and showed her an object out of sight of her facilitator. Betsy, now I'm going to show you something. It works. You take this. It works. Move back to me. We're going back in. I want you to tell everybody what I showed you. I was going back into the room. She was unable to type the word E. I then took another key out of my pocket and said, with the facilitator present, what is this? And she immediately typed E. So again, it suggests that when the facilitator is aware of the information, we get the answer. But when the facilitator is unaware of the information, we don't get the answer. The only logical conclusion of the test was that the terrible accusations had been altered, not by this, but by the facilitator. The readings are now corrected. The facilitator, devastated by the test results, stopped using the facilitator communication, and persuaded Betsy school to stop using it as well. After using RC for over a year, the organization was elected to begin discussing whether they should do their own test.
My first reaction was, why would we ever want to test it? It's working. There were things that individuals who typed with me, typed that I didn't remember consciously being aware of. So I thought, well, why should we need to test these people? It's their communication. But just in thinking about it, I wanted the research to be done because I thought it would prove once and for all without a doubt that it was these people communicating and that we were not influencing them in any way, shape, or form. I was convinced that it would prove their communication.
A team of psychologists and facilitators led by Doug Wheeler devised a rigorous double-blind test.
This is what we have in mind. It's split down the middle. Myself as a researcher, I can stand back here and I'm pretty much out of view of the
facilitator and autistic individuals sat side by side with a screen dividing their visual view. Sometimes they were shown the same picture. Sometimes different ones. They tested 12 clients, facilitating with 9 staff. Many who were trained in circles. There were dozens of trials. The results were shown. Even given your belief system. We had a maybe trial, there were times where valid communication could have been demonstrated and not. We have no evidence for facilitating. That's and again, to Donna said, the impact of the facilitators was going to be tremendous. Had grown to such an extent that was continuing to grow to the point where it really had become an essential part of the belief system, an essential part of their personality. And people would use phrases like FC is my whole life, FC is my life. These people are dedicated, they spend their own money doing training, they spend their own money to buy canned communicators. Dedication was phenomenal. And we had evidence that these people were all controlling the typing. We knew that. So yeah, we began very concerned.
It was devastating to see the data just there in black and white in front of you. It was mind-boggling. There was no arguing it. It was clear cut. To see the look on Doug's face, seated across the table from me, someone I work with, whose opinion I trust, whose work I trust, I knew. I could not argue with results. It was devastating to look at and see it there in black and white.
It's like a best friend and going out and It's like going through the death process. And also slap, it would say, it's not there. It's something that's ingrained. I send things around us. No, it's not.
Life at ODEC returned to the way before. So the clients learned the life skills they would need to survive outside. So they expected to express their thoughts and wishes in complex sentences.
It's like something that was taken away very, very suddenly, and I didn't know what to replace it with. It took me, I think, months before I could talk about it with some people without breaking down in tears.
A copy of the ODEC report was sent to Douglas Pickford in Syracuse.
That's kind of severe problems. And one, you're putting people in what might be described as confrontational situations. They're being asked to prove themselves. As I pointed out, confidence appears to be a critical element in the method. If people are anxious, they may in fact freeze up in their ability to respond, and they may feel inadequate.
There was a bias in terms of proving that it was real. I mean, it's what people experience in everyday lessons. We ensured that the individuals participating in the facilitators that had the most success with tried to make the setting as natural as we encourage people to bring the reinforcers that they use in their everyday lives. Turn total control over in terms of something that the person wasn't comfortable that day, they could stop it whenever they wanted to. More studies came out.
The results of this case study demonstrate that the subject was not able to practice facilitated communication techniques.
No client showed unexpected literacy or communication like this. Even after 20 hours of training.
Considerable evidence was found of the facilitators influencing the attempts at communication.
None of the 23 participants demonstrated authorship. There is no instance in which a participant successfully identified an object through and seen.
These results suggest that the communications previously reported from individuals with autism may have been influenced by facilitator co-activity.
FC and IAM explicit literacy and autistic individuals. Under controlled scientific conditions, that literacy vanished. Today, over a dozen studies involving hundreds of children in 3 different countries have reported negative findings, but different things unconvinced.
A number of these studies have asked people to name objects or name pictures. It turns out that people with autism and some other developmental disabilities, a number of people experience very severe word finding problems, such that you ask people to label an object and they can't do it. They may be able to describe the object, even state what it's for. Quite typically, they in fact come out with a different name of a different object.
But researchers asked, was it possible that a child who can write poetry and do algebra would be unable to label the content? And they questioned why autistic individuals who appeared on national television and addressed crowds at Syracuse conventions would all be so nervous that none of them will get a single answer right. Despite mounting evidence, most supporters of facilitated communication, especially parents like Marianne Kalin, who wrote this song about FC, were unconfident. They had invested their hopes and dreams in FC and had their own proof that it worked, at least for their children.
My validation that it was Stacy who is communicating a few weeks ago. Now my husband has this attitude about her, and he's found out that if he does this, it absolutely makes her laugh. She just goes crazy. He would go, so now when they greet each other, it's like this. And so now she's in love with me, and I've been trying to teach her how to type out bed. And I will admit that yes, I am taking her hand and I'm going D-A-D, and I please say, but we're not a NOS. Miss knows. We have tried to teach her the word for dad, and she has created her own word for dad.
More foundational. Me a lot of information, much of which I didn't know. A lot of it's been about what he wanted, and it's turned out that that's what he didn't want. He asked even for a trip to Hawaii, and he sat put his gold on the plane for 5 hours to Hawaii. And he told me something I didn't suspect, like the restaurant a few weeks ago. He said he typed out, "Look at her name." I mean, well, I looked at the waitress at a pony. Parents' attitudes to the scientists that were summed up in a statement typed by Jeff Powell and with his facilitator, Sue Barnes.
We are extremely well to be credited for we are saying and we are questioning the expertise of the international autistic students. And to encourage them and to be able to become very good and
But there was now too much at stake. Whether FC was true or false would become a matter of public interest. FC has been established in 38 states. Millions of dollars of public money being spent providing facilitators in schools and health centers. Wherever they think that facilitators to college, and even on this place. All of this had happened without any public debate. From public prosecutors to special educators, from social workers to parents, in their enthusiasm to adopt facilitated communication, they had chosen to overlook things about FC that simply didn't make sense. Skeptics wondered how thousands of authors could put themselves just by being public. And why should disabled individuals who can point for themselves need someone to hold their hands to fight? The regret. And why is it that most of the autistic individuals are not looking at it's simply true that such things can type without looking at the keyboard. Rana Chasar, star graduate of the Catholic University, and back when he was in it without looking. She had memorized the layout of the keys. But before starting, she registered her hands in a home position, using her legs. Conklin wanted to see if she could type with one finger without looking. Despite her intimate knowledge of the keyboard, she thought, somebody can, without seems to be impossible.
You need one thing to practice the knowledge. You just can't get oriented. You don't have to be in position. And we watch children. That's the so they may not do it. But some not.
It's from this one.
So what's going on? in Syracuse schools?
It's not good technique.
very sloppy, and I think it's really racist questions about that particular. As well it should, and what we need to do is facilitators to monitor. It's a lot for people to manage, but I think we have to do it. But facilitated communication is a practice for patients. In practice, like the average argument, expert facilitator gave a seminar on the importance of clients looking at the keyboard. Yet minutes afterwards, she was in the corridor talking to a man with his eyes closed and a letterboard moving on in the air. We filmed Jeff Powell while something. As victim of this is a serious matter. If the autistic individuals scientists and the head pointer barely moves throughout the tape. By going I don't think that's essential. I don't think that other people have the right to do some of this. The scientific evidence suggests that the cause of unwanted minds of autistic individuals, yes, have the unconscious thoughts of the listener. The process, skeptics say, is not unlike what goes on with the Ouija board. As hypotheses are formed about what comes next. The facilitator who attributes the output to the autistic individual is unaware of the uncontrolled effect. The autistic individual becomes so sensitive to respond to tiny cues that they cannot amplify the facilitator's unconscious.
No.
You ever have a nightmare? That Steve might have expected.
Yeah, that worries me. That worries me that people would be in some way, that people are being influenced, that there's interpretation of things that, we see that happening and it troubles me. It troubles me. But what explains behind the facilitated abuse outcomes? While most courts have refused to accept FC as genuine communication, earlier this year, the judge in Wichita, Kansas, allowed an autistic boy to give testimony through FC. But making this allegation on behalf of the child, I don't know. Whether they themselves, I don't make sense of that. Maybe they've been mistaken. Look at the literature from Syracuse University. They're suggesting that 10%, I think that 13% of the children in their initial study and sexual
Now, I attended a conference and I was told that 13% of the people in the initial study had been sexually abused. I go home and wonder, well, maybe my students are being sexually abused. So maybe that's
Syracuse University, not in a position of having an institute dedicated to research, teaching, and promoting techniques that only the scientific evidence says is not real. The university even has 7 students doing research. Not facilitating communication. From the social controversy to some they asked why billions of dollars were spent on a technique without its proven work. If unproven, why did thousands of autistic children waste precious years sitting in advanced classes instead of more? These are also the questions families like the Gerards are asking. Families' lives have been turned upside down by FC. After one court appearance, social services carried out a controlled test of that, which proved he wasn't capable of authoring the accusations against his father. Last February, the prosecutor dropped the case. The family was the facilitator left the state, but the school continues to believe FC.
In fact, we still sense that the administration at the high school will never admit that they were wrong. They want to continue to say is successful. If a new drug had just been discovered, it wouldn't be something that would be just thrown out into the market. It would take years of studies before this medication would be marketed. It's the same way facilitated communication should be treated. I mean, why should that be thrown out? And people's lives devastated because they're trying it out on us guinea pigs. And I'm hoping that facilitated communication. And I think they've been blinded by it. And I feel for these people, these parents that believe in it, because I certainly can understand where they're coming from. But until we face it head on, and do more scientific investigation of it, then these poor parents out there are gonna be in the dark over what's actually happening to their child.
I know for myself, I wanted so hard to believe that it was real, that I wasn't able to listen to objective thinking about it. Because it grabs you emotionally right here, and once you're hooked, I mean, we're hooked. I don't think I was capable of rationally thinking about it, because I had clues even before we did our study. That there was facilitator influence taking place in other places. People had done studies in Australia, and I said, oh, that doesn't happen here. We aren't using it the same way. We aren't holding letterboards in the air. We have them down on the table. So therefore that limits the influence that can be taking place. I was dead wrong.
It was amazing to me to see how willing people are to abandon their beliefs and adopt new belief without verification and virtually overnight. That doesn't happen to myself. You know, think back on it, if I had just thought about the literature on autism and thought about the studies I was familiar with, I would know that it's illogical. There's probably makes sense. But I was so caught up in the emotionality of it and just felt this point, I was becoming the Syracuse facility. They believe the time will prove right. I don't say I'll refuse to accept any amount of evidence. I've never said that. What amount of evidence? Yeah, what I've said is we already have some evidence that this is for real. I think the challenge is, can we demonstrate it for, each person who's using it? That's easy to fail in one's attempt to demonstrate. It's too difficult to be sensible. So it almost doesn't matter how many instances of failed studies we have. What we believe with any one individual are instances where the person succeeded.
I've tried to find a middle ground. I don't know what the middle ground is. Either it works or it doesn't. It doesn't work, so you have to abandon it. Go back to, come back to those guys, come back to reality. One day, a mysterious condition of autism will be understood. And which will find a cure. As the evidence against facilitated whether the parents and those who care deeply are choosing to see them as they would like them, rather than expect what they are.
Talk a little bit about takeaways and some of the stuff we see here on the board, ad hoc, absence of self-correction, anything. Let's try to hear from everybody, or at least a few of you, sort of round out our day. Carlos, yeah.
Absolutely crazy that they.
Yeah, I find it sort of crazy. Yeah, Valentine, jump in. What'd you like to add? A lot of them resigned. Some are still. Yeah, it was, I mean, it's just Syracuse still believes in it, but it's basically like not used at all because there's no science behind it. And something that you should have a takeaway from in a stats course is as you consume media and internet and everything else in terms of information, how evidence-based is the information that you're looking at? Because it's real easy to post something on Twitter or Instagram or Snapchat, but how much quality is there to the information? But yeah, so basically abandoned.
Because it like even in the video, it looks so obvious that they were just like typing, like dragging the finger right into the letters they wanted. Like,
Yeah, it's not really scientific that it's working at all. If they were showing images and they were getting them right with the blocking of the view, if the facilitator can look away and the kid can still type, I mean, there's many ways we could look at this scientifically to say it's working, but there's absolutely zero evidence saying that it's working at all. And of course, I mean, any allegations, you want to believe the kid because you want to stop anything like that if there's, you know, a monster like a parent or a relative out there, but clearly this all came from the facilitators. Other,
have you seen like those videos where they have like the dog presses the buttons to, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen that.
So,
It sounds like the
dog-
same thing, but
It's like, you know, like how they have a button that they can press. On the side or something, and the dog can press it. And they think the dog is talking.
that's training though. That's training the dog to know that, and dogs do have like a small vocabulary. They understand a few, whereas a lot of it's the tone and the repetition.
If I like that was what.
Yeah, in terms of choosing the right thing. Other thoughts, takeaways? Syracuse, but like as I started to disprove it, they basically like stopped. No, and what would be wrong with that? Reliability. We need 10 universities to say this is working, or 5 or something, but it's absolutely not grounded in science at all. And that's important of doing good research, looking at variables correctly, analyzing the data correctly, interpreting it correctly, so that you actually make conclusions that actually make sense. Because here it was about the emotion, and what parent wouldn't want their kid who's autistic to communicate? I mean, of course, you'd what's going on back there? There's some. Oh. Let's focus on the stats, guys. But just the anecdotal evidence, like, oh, it worked for my child. A lot of reliability, a lot of emphasis on that, thinking that that's going to make somehow a difference. So any other thoughts, takeaways, any surprises? Is anybody surprised that the facilitated communication didn't work? I bet about the middle of the video, you're probably thinking, oh, this is horrible. We need to do something. I have a study guide on chapter 3. I'll send to all of you right now. I'll get that to you too, and I'll post it on Blackboard. What we'll do is we'll do more chapter 3 stuff, worksheets, and move towards chapter 4 on Wednesday. I'll continue to assign, WebAssign, pre-test, post-test. You should really be doing at least the post-tests for chapters 1, 2, and 3 at this point. You do get unlimited attempts, 2.5 points I'll give you anyways. That's just to try to help me. So what I'm looking at in terms of what I'm lecturing to, like the review today, that was based on reviewing everybody's homework over the weekend and seeing some people need more review on validity, reliability, etc. Other than that, though, I hope that you all learned a lot. Yes. You should do the pre-tests for 1, 2, and 3 at this point ASAP, and then I sent an announcement and I assigned some very specific dates. Right now, what we have due according to both email and due dates. I said the infographic was due tomorrow, but I'll work with you. I think you're the one person that doesn't have it, so I'll work with you on that. And then I said pre-test and post-test for chapters 1 and 2 due by Friday, 11:59, saying do the pre-test for chapter 3 soon. I can give you a due date like by Wednesday. Give you time to take it. So you can take it as much as you want, highest score, but that's like attendance. I only take attendance for financial aid purposes. Carlos, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, same worksheet. Oh, I just need to update that. Yeah. You just one of them, or I'll hide one of them. That's fine. Sometimes when I copy it over, it does something wonky. I'll take a look at that. Yeah. Wednesday. Yeah. Other than that, any other questions, thoughts, concerns, anybody? Everybody's good? I'll see you on Wednesday. If you should probably talk to me after class, just so you're on the same page and everything, Alexandra. Other than that, have a great rest of your day, and I will see you all on Wednesday. Absolutely. Yeah. Take your time. No worries. See you. Have a good one. Yeah. Yeah. What's happening with it? I can help you install it while you're here. Do you have a laptop? Okay. That should be fine. I can help you install SPSS. I can do it now. I can do it whatever works for you, but I can help you with that. You too. You want me to come over there? Yeah.
You feel clearer on some stuff? Okay.
Because I type fast,
We're gonna-
it's gonna be all over the place.
Okay.
I just wanna know where to move the stuff and then I select on some.
Okay. Okay, absolutely, yeah. And then we'll either incorporate the lecture or I'll, if you want we'll get you
Because
there.
I get the idea, but questions come on like little more. It's when I get the idea, that.
Okay.
to go practice it. Big portion.
Might just be their practice, so hopefully between the worksheets.
Yeah.
Web assign and quizzes.
Yeah.
They can start to click, but by all means,
Yes.
throw as many questions as you need to at me, we'll get you there.
Yeah.
You're welcome. And you know, there is the YouTube channel has me walking through literally everything in this class and more in assignments, in addition to questions, but still bring them to class. You're welcome. All right, let's see what we got.
Yeah, so I had put the file in my OneDrive.
Okay. That's because it's one of these computers. That same thing on your computer, would you be able to log into your main computer? So you would modify, and then you would, it would ask for user credentials, and I would just click through like the next button.
But I feel like I clicked, or no, I actually did it for modify, because I just didn't know where it did.
It should be modified.
So you like got the same thing?
Yeah, and also if you want, and I can certainly meet with you on Zoom, or we do a screen share and I can walk you through it. I would just need to know like, 5 days from today, like 2:30. Most of the week, I'm available after 1:30 in the afternoon. My dad's going for Father's Day for like a long weekend, so I won't be as available, but I'll still make time.
I'm gonna go home and then continue on with that process and most, if, worst, I would try to get like a YouTube.
And also, there should be, you go into Blackboard, I believe. So, just how you want. With that, right there, we click on, move that out, student resources, general resources, SPSS tutorials. That should show you everything you need to know about,
I did look at this.
but it wasn't, you know. I might have to just, I would just sort of intuitively follow it. If I see it, like I said, we do like a Zoom meeting or something, I can walk you through it. Generally, SPS is pretty good. You're using Apple or using IBM? Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
And I could just put that in my OneDrive and still pop it up. Does it have to be, when I come with it, it has to be on top.
I think you can only download one to one computer because of the licensing. And I don't think you can download it on this computer because of, for your own laptop, because of Apple. Now, you could try using your COD credentials, and it might block you because they're university computers.
And
Not every day, but we'll use it more and more during this semester. Oh. Well, the thing is, we have it with you and I walk you guys through like where to click, you'd be able to do it at the same time in class. You could not have it with you and pay attention and then just the assignment subsequently. I would highly recommend having it available.
I'll get it on.
Yeah, if it gives you trouble, let me know. Every once in a while SPS does something wonky, and I've never been able to not figure that out with anybody. I've always known it's just like the screen.
Yeah, you're right. Like the whole piece thing.
Yeah.
That thing was crazy. Like and stuff that I've never seen or heard.
Yeah, they just need to be a little more chill about it.
Family friendly.
Family friendly or
User
something.
friendly.
Or user friendly, yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah,
Hope you're enjoying the course, trying to
100%.
keep it as fun as we can.
As it being math, you know.
Yeah, I would say you're like the best teacher for this class.
You too. Okay. All right, so there should be a spot under register
Mhm.
in your student portal, and it might let you register now since I've approved it without even dealing with registration. I don't know.
So what they were telling me is like under in there in my access
Mhm.
to fill out a permit.
Which you
and
did,
then send it in.
which I approved.
Okay.
Did you get an approval or anything?
So for my other class where this happened, all I had to do was send that approval
Mhm.
to registration.
Okay, and then they registered you.
Yeah, and then like Blackboard and everything was available.
Let me see if they've registered you, because they might have since you've been in class today. I should really just click on quickly attendance.
Could also just go down there and talk to them. Oh yeah,
No, I got you. You're in class. So you should have Blackboard access now.
okay.
So we live primarily in student resources. In-class activities is where we're going to do most of the homework.
Mhm.
And then this is everything we've like basically done so far. Identifying variables, icebreaker, hypothetical research, assignment 1A, and the homework today, and then prisoners of silence. And then we also have general resources. All your formulas are right there. And the PDF file that just fix that because that's bothering me. Just go mark, remove, submit. It's a little cleaner. I'll go like this, edit. Mark for removal. A little bit cleaner. So student resources, and then introduction to stats, pre-test and post-test, PowerPoint, flashcards, journal articles, multimedia resources that walk you through all that stuff. I also have a YouTube channel that I think I posted a link to. Did I post a link to that? I think I did. Announcements. Yeah, you click on this link right here. You have to sign in, but then I have about 15 lectures on stats that go into everything we talk about in this class and more.
Okay.
So that's another resource. Like my goal is to be really available to you all, as well as have a lot of notes all over the place. So that way, access WebAssign, you just click on that. The fact that you're here, let me just go ahead and make it so they can see you. So that should be like this. WebAssign. Okay, so now they should have your name there. So then you should just click that in Blackboard. That should take you there.
Okay.
WebAssign, it's basically like practice problems. And then you get 2 attempts, and then the software enables and shows you where to look in the textbook. Total of 6 attempts will take the highest score. So if your first attempt, you rock it, and then you don't on the 6th, I take the first.
Okay.
So let's see what else can I tell you about the course. And then I have like all my lecture, like all the lectures and everything I've been talking about. And then here, something you might not have would be like week 1 and week 2, which would be the study guides, which I can email you to. Just reply to your email. And I'll totally give you leniency to get caught up on everything. Study guide.
Yeah, so
Stats.
I have 2 other classes.
Okay.
It's the same teacher for both.
Oh,
And
wow.
he has them set up the same way. So every 2 weeks, 1 unit is due.
Okay.
So that's like this Friday.
Okay.
But basically I have like a whole week where I can like between this weekend and all next week, I can
Yeah.
just dedicate to this.
Yeah, I can do that. I can absolutely. So right now, I think I put a lot of due dates on Friday, but I can move those. I just need to know.
So I think you said you had something to do on Wednesday too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see if I can get you your study guides and then I'll look at that with you. That was, I think, further down, study guide. Come on, was it April? It was April. Yeah. Study guide 1 and 2. I sent study guide 3. That's mostly vocabulary. There's a few formulas in there. So I think, so right now, what I said is, and I can move this, it's no problem at all. Right now, I was saying everything due by Friday on WebAssign, everything due pre-test and post-tests, right in Blackboard by Friday. I can certainly move the infographic. What that was is, the infographic was, go here. Infographic. This was create an infographic related to your professional goals. And you can use any of these resources. So like, what do you want to do when you graduate?
Okay.
And the idea was to talk about descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. Descriptive are like, here's what the data shows. Inferential is like meaning, which can be like storytelling. Like, I want to be this type of, I want to get into this profession. Here are my reasons why, etc. And then just walking through. And then resources would be like ONET, Department of Labor, salary.com, Glassdoor, etc. And then a lot of times, like, what do you want to do when you grow up?
Human services major.
So that'd be like human resources, or do you think like something different? Human services is different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's human service generalist, or you can be like an addictions counselor coming out of COD.
Okay, so you have salary department. So like right here, human resources, not resources, human services, general salaries. Keeps doing resources. See, I don't want to do that. That's not the same
It's
thing.
very annoying, yeah. You can do like
Social and
you can try addictions counselor.
addictions counselor, that's probably different. Services. Yeah, probably this is closer.
Mhm.
So then you can look up things like, here's the pay, there's some stats there, how to become one, job outlook, things like that. So it's like a breakdown, a little bit of like your roadmap, like, here's what I need to do, here's where I want to do it, here's some stats to back it up. I'm grading creativity. I'm not grading like creativity, you know, put some color, some graphics to it, that sort of thing. I'm not trying to see if you got every stat right. I'm just trying to give you guys some stuff to think about that. And then everything else is pretty much in Blackboard. I think you have my number now because you've been texting me. What else can I, our exams are here. What else can I answer or assist with, etc.?
You know, probably today I'll take a deeper look at everything. And I think it's something easily I can get done. I'll definitely for Friday. But
Yeah, and if you can't, I can totally, like, if you need, like you said, what you said you need like a week and a half or something ish
yeah,
or
I've got
something.
like a week and a half of time. I can.
Yeah, I can do that.
dedicate, so-
Yeah, I could say if you need it, we can say by Wednesday of the following week, they cut up if you need it.
Okay.
It is an 8-week class. We are covering
Yeah.
12 weeks of material. So the sooner the better,
Mhm.
but I will work with you. My philosophy is I care more about you all understanding it than the deadline. The deadlines are still important, and I absolutely can't go get it all in by the end of the semester because the stats, like you would flounder, and I don't want you to do that.
Mhm.
But if you need like a week and a half because you just came in today, totally fine.
Okay. Yeah. I'll do my best.
Yeah.
I got like probable autism.
Oh, okay.
So it's like I have an IQ above 70, but
Okay.
like so close on the scale that they just want to say have something there just in case.
Okay.
It's mostly like ADHD and social responsiveness is like taking showers every day, getting up and getting on time.
Okay.
Pretty good. Not good as medicine.
Okay.
So that's the only thing that I can fluctuate.
Okay. Well, generally,
I want to say, you know,